Are we ready, Ashley? Yeah. So, colleagues, friends, and welcome guests, I'll have an opportunity in a minute to say a few words of welcome, but initially we're going to play a video which Forsa have commissioned to look back at the part that the union movement and members played in particular, but others in the advance of the equality issues, particularly around the LB. Sorry. So we'll play the video now.
Equality for me is an even playing field. It means non-discrimination. Absolute no discrimination based on your age, your race, your religion, your gender, or your sexual orientation. It should not matter. Absolute no discrimination based on your age, your race, your religion, your gender, or your sexual orientation. It should not matter who you are or what you do. It means an even playing field for all.
There was no equality. Age limits were discriminatory, particularly against women. And so there was a whole raft of inequality that had to be tackled. The trade union movement began that process.
The trade union movement was a shining light of support for LGBT people. I was a member of the Cork branch of the LGPSU in 1982, and I put a motion to the local branch AGM, a very strong motion calling for decriminalisation on the basis of equality, calling for equality legislation, and that was strongly supported.
Well, I'm very proud of the fact that going back 40 years, the trade union movement and my own union at the time, the Local Government and Public Service Union, was right at the heart of the campaign for gay rights. And the trade union movement played an enormous part in trying to develop a greater awareness of how that type of discrimination really was fundamentally unfair. And we've travelled a very long journey from then to marriage equality in more recent years, and I think the trade union role in all of that needs to be recognised and celebrated.
Work is so important to us. We're there 8 hours a day, 5 days a week roughly. It's how we earn a living, how we survive. So we felt that making progress in the workplace was crucial. The launch of that ICTU policy document in 1987, Lesbian and Gay Rights in the Workplace Guidelines for Negotiators, to me was a crucial and critical breakthrough. And it didn't make any bones about it. It just said, look, lesbian and gay rights are workers' rights. They're central to the mission of the trade union movement. It was the first powerful organisation in Ireland who came out unequivocally in support of lesbians and gay men. And it's a kind of an untold story, I think. Many people, lesbians and gay men, included LGBT people, don't recognise that the role that the trade union movement has played in our progress over, that 40 years.
For me, the trade union movement has been really instrumental from a woman's point of view for driving women's rights in regard to the right to work, the right to equal pay, for work of equal demands and equal quality. But also we see it in the wider thing where people where religion and gender identity and all of those other kind of things where people may have a biased opinion, but they're not allowed to do that in the workplace anymore. And you can see that where the trade union movement has brought forward proposals that, and Forsa through their conferences, and they've worked with those motions to make sure that those equality agendas stay front and centre of their business, really.
I mean, the worst thing you can do is to say the problem is their problem. So you set up a subcommittee and you isolate the issue. That's not the way to operate. You have to bring it into the mainstream, and we did that.
And one of the really important things, I think, when you're a beleaguered minority, is the sense that you're supported by powerful groups like the trade union movement.
And that you have the backing and that you're not alone, that you've got in Forsa 80,000 people at your back to give you the support that you need. And I think that's really important, to make sure you don't feel that you're alone in fighting the battle.
Well, I doubt if I'd be sitting here today without the trade unions, because I'm a trans woman, and being a trans woman, joining the civil service as I did, as in my male guise, if you like, in 1980, was very difficult for me. As time went on, my gender identity started coming out more and more and more, and eventually I went to my union rep. He gave me the contact details for the employee assistance officer. She referred me on to the HR manager in work, and my transition went ahead with great support from both union, my work colleagues and management. And during the marriage equality referendum, my wife and I were out canvassing morning, noon and night, barely managing to fit in our day job. And we found that the unions were just amazing. My wife was in Liberty Hall because she'd hurt her knee, and she was there canvassing by phone with her union SIPTU. Absolutely amazing. Every night she was doing it for 2 or 3 hours.
Well, workers have continuously brought motions to Union Conference to talk about addressing and bringing reform into our workplaces, and specifically looking at, reforming how policies and making sure that discriminatory policies no longer operate from an LGBT perspective, from a woman's perspective, and also around ensuring that there's equal conditions for migrants. And I suppose not only that, but ensuring that there's equality of outcome in workplaces. And that's why we need to have young people involved in the trade union structure, we need to have women, and we need to have migrants, to make sure that the issues affecting all groups in society are led out by those most affected by it.
Organising for equality then,
now,
and in the future.
Very good. Very good.
Oh, it's really heartening to see that, and thanks for those of you that participated in that video. I just want to, at the outset, warmly welcome our guests who have joined us. Tony Walsh is joining us from Turkey, I gather. The things you can do in the modern world. Kieran Rose is on stage, Carol Hayden and Alva Smith. And you are really, really welcome in Forsa this morning, and thank you for coming along, and we look forward to your participation and your thoughts as the day moves forward, and also to our own Lisa Connell, who will chair the first session. You're very welcome, Lisa. I also want to acknowledge the Equality Committee, the Forsa Equality Committee, who are doing really, really good work in the areas we'll be discussing today and in other areas. And that Equality Committee is made up of lay participants, lay members of the union, elected members of the union, who give us their time to participate in the work of the committee and have great vision and great push and great drive. And I just want to compliment them on the work that they do, led by, of course, Ashley Conley, who's the staff member. And without Ashley, we have to admit today wouldn't have happened, Ashley, and we thank you for all you do, your sincerity, your drive, your interest in the issues, your approachability, because without all of that, it wouldn't happen. So thank you, Ashley, for that. I just want to mention also the chair of the Equality Committee, our Senior Vice President, Martin Walsh, who's not with us due to an illness his wife has. And we send Martin and Orla our very best today, because he's very invested in the issues we'll be discussing today, and would really love to be here, and sends his best wishes. So colleagues, there was a time not too long ago when everybody wanted to be treated the same. But now we realise that what we need is for everybody to be treated equally. I could give 100 examples of this from my involvement in Forsa, from my work with children on the margins of our education system, from my involvement with the travelling community, indeed from my local GEA club. And we all know, we've just watched a video, that a picture tells 1,000 words. But I'm still a bit old-fashioned myself. I actually listen to the radio, particularly when I'm in the car. It's usually me and whoever is talking, having a conversation. You can only imagine what that's like. And anyone who knows me will know that I like to talk, but I like to listen too. By sharing ideas, we learn and we grow. But this particular day, and I remember it very well, a gentleman called Peter had written into a programme. It was the Ryan Tubridy show, actually. And he emerged in the Dublin gay scene in 1994, aged 23. And he was reflecting on how it might have been if he was born just 10 years earlier. And I quote him, "I couldn't help wondering if it had been 10 years earlier, would AIDS have killed me like so many others? At the time, I didn't realise so many people on the gay scene must have lost friends or loved ones to AIDS, or that many men were dead years before their time. I have no recollection of it being spoken about. I met many gay men in my time who were living with the gay parts of their lives concealed from family, work colleagues and friends, living with the constant background hum of fear and shame. For years I was one such man. The underlying feeling was a deep, pulsating shame and fear." And Peter went on to explain that when he told his parents he was gay in 1997, they were so ashamed that they didn't want anyone else, aunties, uncles, friends or neighbours, to know. He believes that he had told them he'd been diagnosed with AIDS. Their shame would have propelled them to walk away. Thousands of gay men with AIDS died alone because families were too ashamed of them, Peter continued. And as I reflected on the interview, I asked myself again, how any society could make someone feel like that? Towards the end of the interview, Peter explained, in perhaps a new way, the continued need for pride, as pride is the antidote to shame. A real republic is one where every citizen is encouraged and supported, and where every person is treated with dignity and respect. And I want to recognise in a particular way today and acknowledge the work of our Forsa members, Kieran Rose and Kevin O'Driscoll, who are with us. You have travelled that lonely path of being advocates when it was anything but easy. And as you acknowledged, Kieran, in the video clip we saw, and in fairness, I should also mention it and acknowledge that there were others within our union family who agitated for tolerance and decency also. This afternoon's session is on an equally important issue of domestic violence. Domestic violence takes place in society every minute of every day, mainly behind closed doors. It affects women mostly, but also can affect men and children of all different races, religions, cultures, backgrounds. No one is immune to it. Domestic violence shows itself in a number of different forms. No matter the situation, it is never okay. Forsa carried out a survey on domestic violence and the workplace, the results of which will be published later today. But the one thing that is clear, we must act now. Last May, delegates at the Forces National Conference unanimously backed a union motion from our national executive calling for statutory paid leave for victims of domestic violence. And so today's conference is an important opportunity to listen, discuss and debate our future actions to achieve equality in society for all. And while we will naturally look outwards to what needs to be achieved in wider society, we must also look inwards to each one of ourselves and ask, what can we do to make this a more equal and tolerant society for all? And as exemplified by Kieran Rose, this agreement is not hate speech. But we do need to heed President Higgins' wise advice. Words matter. Words can hurt. Words can heal. Words can empower. And words can divide. Gur míle maith agaibh, go léir.
Okay, so I'd just like to welcome everyone and to this morning's session, which is commemorating progress, looking back on union-led change, which is part of today's conference on organising for equality, then, now and in the future, organised by Forces Equality Committee. So we've a fascinating panel, which I personally am very excited to hearing each of the participants. And I suppose to start, I'd like to thank Michael, our president, for introducing the panel and also for the video. And I suppose just to note all the work and commitment that went into creating the video. I think it's a great sequel that we have to lead into today's conversation, this morning's conversation. I'm definitely very excited to hear each of our speakers, and obviously Tony, who's attending virtually. I had the privilege and the honour to be able to speak to the panellists who are going to be addressing us this morning, and not only what struck me was their absolute commitment to equality and social justice, but their steadfast commitment to, and I think this is something the trade union movement is particularly focused on, but the importance of bringing people along in order to achieve a more egalitarian and a more equal society. So we have a number of speakers who are going to address us this morning. Tony Walsh, who's the founder of the Irish Queer Archive. Kieran Rose, who's an LGBT activist and retired Forsa member. Elva Smith, who's a feminist campaigner and activist, and Carl Hayden from the Financial Services Union. So Tony, you're going to address us first, but I'm just going to read out your bio, if that's okay, just before you formally take the virtual floor. So Tony is an LGBTQ plus rights activist, journalist and DJ. Tony was president of the National LGBT Federation, the NXF, from 1984 to 1988. During this time, NXF was David Norris's co-litigant in David's constitutional action against the criminalisation of homosexuality in Ireland. Tony was also a reporter for Out magazine at this time. Following his time at Out, Tony founded Gay Community News, GCN, which is Ireland's longest-running gay publication. In 1997, Tony reorganised the NXF archive holdings into what would later become the Irish Queer Archive. On the 16th of June 2008, the Irish Queer Archive officially transferred its materials to the National Library of Ireland, making it a significant and historical event. So we're delighted to have you speak to us this morning, Tony.
Thanks very much for having me, Lisa. Great to be here, especially with such a stellar panel.
Great. So over to yourself, Tony. If you want to, you have about 10 to 15 minutes.
Yeah, I want to address the corrosive impact of the old Victorian British legislation on Irish societal attitudes. And it's really interesting. Like, I was looking at some stats, and in the lead up to that significant IFOT resolution of 1981, 5 years prior to that resolution, trade union resolution, there were over 50 prosecutions for consensual sexual behaviour between gay and bisexual men. In the 15 years prior to that resolution, so from 1962 onwards, there were over 500 prosecutions. Now, they're crude stats, okay? All we can do is imagine the shame, the stigma, the exclusion that was visited on those men for doing nothing more than simply trying to negotiate desired intimacy in very fraught circumstances. But I'm always, when we look back on criminal convictions, I'm intrigued by, and also really concerned and saddened by, the intangible impact of that brutal legislation. And I often liken the British legislation to this black cloud of criminality that's pressing down on Irish society. And what it's doing is preventing Irish society from acknowledging the needs and fears and also the desires and aspirations of a very embattled, marginalised sexual minority. And that black cloud of oppression is also leading to, and will continue right up until 1993, when those laws were finally jettisoned, that black cloud of oppression would also act as a self-censoring device by statutory Ireland and civil society. And how that played out, I'm thinking of, for example, custody cases before divorce was made legal in 1995. Invariably in custody cases, judges gave access and custody of children to the mother, because of course the mother's primary role was considered to be at home, while the father went out to be a breadwinner. But almost in every case where a judge discovered, or the sexual orientation of the mother was known to the judge, custody and access was given to the father. Even if the father was a child abuser, a drug addict, whatever, custody was given to the father. And in many cases, we have horrible reports of lesbian mothers being forcibly removed, children being forcibly removed from their mothers. I mean, absolutely shocking state of affairs. We talk about the 1950s as the lost generation. Upwards of 1 million men and women left Ireland. My grandmother was one of them, left Ireland in search for a better life, not just a better economic life, but a better social life. But we still have to devise a label or a term for that lost generation of lesbians, gay men and bisexual men and women who left Ireland right throughout the 20th century because Ireland was such a hostile environment to try and live, that people could not imagine a life. I mean, we've no way of quantifying the figures. Anecdotally, we know there were thousands of men and women. And I would, by the way, I would add that although many lesbians and gay men left Ireland, there were also a small number of heterosexual men and women who left because they just found Ireland a cold place socially and culturally. I'm thinking too, like, we're talking about the corrosive impacts of laws and how of the criminal law, and how it also held back with very few exceptions the trade union movement being one of those exceptions. It held back a really considered conversation amongst elements in Irish society, stakeholders in Irish society who should have had skin in the game, who should have been interested in advancing our rights. People felt reluctant to actually get on board. The same way that, for example, the government would refuse to actually fund any type of services for LGBT people until we got decriminalisation out of the way. And there was so many conversations that we felt it was impossible to have until 1993. And it's very telling that the second half of the 1990s, you have this rush of anti-discrimination and equality legislation, culminating with the Equal Status Act in 2000, and then, of course, later on, as we all know, the Gender Recognition Act and marriage equality in 2015. There's also something too that I think it's worth taking a moment to acknowledge, and that's the hurt and pain that was visited on the families of men who were prosecuted for consensual sex. The stigma, and Michael mentioned earlier on in his opening remarks, that culture of stigma and shame that has, in some places, has endured right up to today. And it's, it's important that we acknowledge that. It's important that we try and, in any conversation that's looking back at the past and trying to parse the distance we've come to this happy place we find ourselves, happy but imperfect place we find ourselves in, that we acknowledge the duty of care we have to bring people with us, people who are still hurting. Are you there, Lisa?
Yeah, no, we can still hear you. Yeah, we're just fascinated by the contribution that you're providing, but yeah, no, work away.
I'm not sure if I've actually gone over my time.
No, you haven't. No, there's still more time there if you'd like to contribute more, but one of the things we're going to do, and I suppose I'm looking at the screen here as if I'm looking directly at yourself, as if you're in the room, but one of the things we are going to do is we're going to do a Q&A as well with the participants who are here, so there will be further opportunities to engage in some of the items that you've discussed, but you still have the floor if you'd like to take a few more minutes.
Yeah, well, the other thing is we can come back to this in the Q&A, but I'm also intrigued by how progress is never linear. I mean, and one of the glaring examples of this is that IFOD resolution, which was really groundbreaking in 1981, but the Council of IFOD actually dropped the ball and actually refused. I'm sure Kieran was going to talk about this more, but they dropped the ball afterwards, even though the membership of IFOD actually voted on it. The council dropped the ball and couldn't bring themselves, didn't have the bravery, that's what I'm looking back now, that's what I think it was, didn't have the bravery to bring it to the ICTU for another year or two, correct me if I'm wrong. So like it's sometimes it feels like it's one step forward and two steps back, and we're seeing that playing out right now with the advancement of ultra-conservative, alt-right discourse in Ireland. So we need to be forever mindful. There's no room for smugness. We can talk about what a great small island we are, and certainly when you look back on things like the Equal Status Act was quite phenomenal, possibly one of the most advanced pieces of legislation for its time. But even that has some loopholes that need to be addressed right now.
Great, thanks, Tony.
I'm going to give it back to you, okay?
Great, thanks very much, Tony. And a very interesting discussion there, and you've touched on a number of points, and I suppose a number of points that we're going to be engaging on over the next year around the whole referendum on a woman's role within the home. But I think it ties into the whole broader piece around how societally we look at care, gender and sexuality. So thanks very much, Tony. A difficult job indeed to participate virtually when people are in the room, but we'll be back to yourself with a few questions. So up next we have Kieran Rose, and Kieran was the founder member of the Cork Gay Collective in 1980 and became an activist in the LGPSU, who led on LGBT issues in the trade union movement, which was very visible in the video that was played this morning. He was a founder member of Glen in 1988 and had successfully campaigned for an equality-based gay law reform, inclusion of sexual orientation in the Unfair Dismissals Act, which was achieved in 1993, and later equality legislation in 1990s, civil partnership in 2010 and civil marriage in 2015. Kieran is on the Department of Justice Working Group considering legislation to exonerate men convicted before gay law reform. The issues around exoneration are currently out for public consultation. So over to yourself, Kieran.
Thanks very much, Lisa. And it's great to have this meeting here today because it's the 40th anniversary of the LGPSU passing a very strong pro-LGBT motion at its annual conference. And the role of the trade union movement, and especially the role of what is now Forsa, is unrecognised, I think. And it's great to have it recognised here today, and to have people like Kevin O'Driscoll here today. And there was a long interview with Kevin, so I think that'll be brilliant in terms of contributing to the oral history of the evolution of progress for lesbians and gay men, LGBT people in Ireland. So I'll just speak, I suppose, about my own experience. And there are obviously a whole range of other actors and stuff like that contributed to the progress that we achieved in the trade union movement. I myself and Tricia Tracy, we were planners in Cork County Council, members of the LGPSU, and in 1982 we put a motion to the Cork branch AGM calling for gay law reform and for equality legislation, employment equality, equal status, etc. And that motion was passed overwhelmingly by the Cork branch. And just to mention the name of Tom Bogue, who was president of the union at the time, a great battler for equality in a range of areas. And I worked with Tom in Cork County Council, and he was a huge supporter of me personally and of the issues around LGBT issues. Then the union at its annual conference in 1982 again overwhelmingly passed the motion, and then it went on to ICTU in Belfast, and then that's where ICTU adopted its first lesbian and gay policy. And that was hugely important at the time because we were incredibly beleaguered in 1982. In 1982, just, it's kind of a horrific thing to recall, but there were 3 murders of gay men in Ireland. Declan Flynn, probably you've all heard of, in Fairview. John Roach in Cork, and Charles Self in Dublin. And the stories after that were as awful as the murders themselves. Declan Flynn's killers got off scot-free, basically. And we had very few supporters, and the support of the trade union movement was crucial and critical in even, as I said in the video, for our sense of ourselves, because when you're a minority, a beleaguered minority, your spirit is low and you're getting attacked all the time in the newspapers or whatever. And this was a time when, the trade union movement, the coverage of the passing of the LGPSU motion and the ICTU motion was covered widely in the media. So it was a great boost to our spirits as activists, but equally probably, the young kid, the teenager or whatever, the person in the closet, seeing, they mightn't even know what a trade union was, but they could see that there was support out there for them that they could look to in the future. So after that, we set about getting action, getting that motion implemented. And this is where Kevin O'Driscoll, who's here today, and hopefully will speak on this about his role in ICTU in getting practical progress on implementing that motion. And as Tony kind of alluded to, it wasn't all easy going. The trade union movement, there was resistance or delaying tactics, or there was the kind of sense of, Kevin Callanan is here today. Remember, we were at various annual delegate conferences where there was kind of a, where people were speaking on women's issues or on lesbian and gay issues, and some people would get up and say, well, has this got to do with pay and conditions? or the union should only be concerned, and what basically there were men, basically they were saying is the union should only be concerned with my pay and conditions, not your conditions. So, I mean, it'd be great to hear from Kevin today about his battles within ICTU to get progress. So in 1985, there was a seminar, which was brilliant. You know, it was a huge boost again to all the lesbian and gay activists and the people who came along to it. And just to mention, another union, IDATU, there was the Retail Workers Union. John Mitchell was the General Secretary. He was I don't know if you know John Mitchell or remember him. He was quite abrasive is one way of putting it, but he was a great trade unionist, and he was one of the people who strongly supported the Dunnes Stores workers and lesbians and gay men as workers within the trade union, within ICTU. And there's a very funny exchange of letters between Donald Nevin, who, I think you could describe him as a bureaucrat. He was the General Secretary of ICTU at the time, and he was kind of delaying, things and stuff like that, in my estimation anyway. And John Mitchell wasn't having any of it, and the exchange of letters between them is quite amusing. It's not often the archives make you laugh. So the next, all of that work, that Kevin and Phil Flynn as well, who was General Secretary of the LGBSU at that time, pushing very strongly within ICTU, resulted in a working group being set up, which included myself and Christopher Robson, who was in UPTCS at the time, which is now part of Forsa. And that was a very important thing as well, because we were two trade union activists, but we were gay men, and we were nominated by our trade union to be on the ICTU working group. So it wasn't, trade unionists talking about our rights. It was including the lesbian and gay community in the development of the policy. And that policy was published in 1987, and it was crucial. It dealt with, not just workplace issues, it dealt with heterosexism generally in society. And it was radical. At that time it was, to read it now, it's even, quite radical. It doesn't pull any punches about, saying that we're entitled to equality, and it's the role of the trade union movement to push for that equality. And again, to say, that at that time, a lot of the organizations that we had, that you would expect to defend equality and human rights in the country, were doing the opposite in terms of lesbians and gay men. The Supreme Court in 1983 said basically that it was quite okay that gay men should be sent to jail. And that's 1983. That's the Supreme Court. That's saying they're interpreting our Constitution. The Constitution is meant to defend our human rights. The Supreme Court is meant to implement the human rights and equality aspects of the Constitution, but they failed miserably and totally in that role. And as people have said, it was the worst decision of the Supreme Court in its period of time. Am I doing for time?
Yeah, you still have plenty of time.
Yep. And after that, it was a great thing that Kevin did, was organised a seminar like this for LGBTSU members, but also crucially invited other lesbians and gay men into the meeting from other unions or even from no unions. Because, at the time in the 80s, there was massive unemployment. So an awful lot of people, were unemployed, especially lesbians and gay men, and couldn't, weren't members of trade unions. So that sense of openness to the wider LGBT community was vitally important at that time. And Michael D. Higgins addressed that meeting. So it was a very, as you can imagine, gave a very powerful address, and I kept some notes of it, but it would be amazing if it is if the full speech is in his archive somewhere. One of the great things then about the ICTU policy is that we began to use it. You know, it wasn't just sitting on a desk somewhere. So Christopher Robson, who was in UPTEC's Union of Professional and Technical Civil Servants, they negotiated with the civil service, and Christopher was on the negotiating team, and they got a civil service equality policy in 1988, which said that discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation or medical condition, which meant HIV/AIDS primarily, would not be tolerated in the civil service. And it's a kind of one of those bizarre aspects of Irish history, that in 1988, the government was still, before the European Court of Human Rights, was saying that we should be criminalised. And they were saying the government should be able to send gay men to jail for consenting sexual relationships. But another arm of the government was saying that discrimination will not be tolerated. I mean, I suppose that those ironies are delightful ironies, and it's kind of interesting how the trade union movement was able to use the kind of conflicts within our society between the extremely repressive and the more open and progressive. And that civil service, those civil service guidelines applied to all of the public sector. So they would have applied, went on to apply to the semi-state companies and to the local authorities and health boards and so on. And so, as Tony said, 1988, the European Court of Human Rights struck down the anti-gay laws. The government, was delaying implementing that, bringing in the necessary gay law reform. And again, the trade union movement, ICTU, and the LGPSU at the time were hugely important in pressurising the government into bringing in a gay law reform, and especially to bring in a gay law reform on the basis of equality. And at the time, Glen was a very small organisation, no money or whatever, no office, no full-time workers. So the trade union movement and its relationships with the government, its ability to negotiate with the government and to put pressure on the government was massively important. So in 1993, the gay law reform was introduced on the basis of equality, and equally importantly was an amendment to the Unfair Dismissals Act was brought in, which said that dismissal on the basis of sexual orientation would be automatically unfair. And also another amendment was brought in at the same time, which said that membership of a trade union, dismissal on that ground, would equally be automatically unfair. So that was huge protection for lesbian and gay workers in a morale sense, that now instead of the law wanting to send you to jail, the law was actually beginning to defend your rights as workers. And then, both for Glen and for the trade union movement, they were very strongly pushing for equality legislation in the workplace and equal status legislation dealing with services. And that was brought in the mid-90s. It was kind of a complicated thing where it was brought in by Mervyn Taylor. The Labour Party struck down in the Supreme Court, and then brought in again by Fianna Fáil government. Then coming to a conclusion, the fantastic arc of progress where the trade union movement was involved in every single step of the way. 2010, marriage like civil partnership, and then that led into 2015, marriage referendum, which the trade union movement were, critically important in that campaign. And then that kind of opened the door to progress for transgender people, because, and I'll conclude on this, a lot of progress is made when people feel hopeful, and defeats aren't good for people. Defeats undermine people. Defeats lead to helplessness and hopelessness. And progress and victories empower people and embolden people and lead on to further progress. And I'll really conclude with this. And the other progress after the transgender one was removing the abortion amendment to the Constitution that was put in 1983. That's it.
Brilliant. Thanks, Kieran, and that was certainly a fascinating oversight on the process of progress within the union movement. And I suppose I always say that unions are the most democratic organisations that you will come across, and membership-led, and you've very much outlined how that very much is the case. But you said a great quote there, which I've written down, which is progress is made when people feel hopeful, which I think is definitely a great way to conclude your remarks, and something that I think we probably all need to live to. But up next, and thanks very much, Kieran, for your contribution. Up next, we have Alva Smith, who's a feminist campaigner and activist. Alva is a long-time feminist, LGBTIQ and socialist activist, and is the former founding head of Women's Studies at UCD. She played a key role in the marriage equality campaign and was co-director of the campaign to repeal the 8th Amendment. She chaired the National Lesbian and Gay Federation, the NXF, which I think shows the synergies between the different speakers, given Tony's involvement in the NXF as well for many years, and is currently chair of Women's Aid and of Ballyfermot Star Addiction Services. She is on the board of Age Action and the Women's Global Health Network, and is patron of the Women's Collective Ireland. In 2019, she was included in Time magazine's list of the 100 most influential people. She was recently conferred with an honorary doctorate by the University of Galway and was made a Free Woman of the City of Dublin. So delighted to have you, Alva.
Thank you very much. Well, first of all, thank you very much to Lisa and to Ashley and everybody in Forsa for inviting me to be part of today's conversation. I'm really absolutely thrilled to be here, and only sorry that I can't stay this afternoon, but that's quite interestingly because IREC, the Irish Human Rights and Equality Commission, have a conference going on in Croke Park, which is actually looking at care policy, care practice and service provision and so on for, in the context of gender equality, people with disabilities and also older people. And actually I kind of, to some extent at least, fulfill each one of those criteria at the present time. So I will be doing something at that, but unfortunately it means I will miss the interesting conversation this afternoon, which I would very much like to be part of as well. I do think I'm going to speak today quite personally, I think really, with a little bit of personal history and a kind of a nod to the future. And I'm very conscious that I speak, very much as somebody who has been a feminist, a lesbian, a socialist and also a trade unionist now for well over half a century. In fact, I was just totting it up last night, and I think I have been a member, I became a member of a trade union 55 years ago. Forsa didn't exist at that time. I could have joined IFUT because I was working in UCD, but my assessment of IFUT at the time was that it was a very conservative union, didn't do very much. So I decided I wouldn't join IFUT, that I would join the Workers' Union of Ireland, which was later the FWUI, and that was exactly exactly what I did. And just listening, just thinking of that last night, and actually listening to both Tony and Kieran, and I know Carl in a few moments, I was just thinking how we do need to write up these histories of our own journeys through trade union movements as people who, along with so many others, have been involved in campaigns, in fights, in struggles of all kinds to make an Ireland which is really a very, very different place, and which I hope will give hope for people coming on now to understand that if we had a lot of work to do, my goodness, there is in many ways even more work to be done now. But just let me start off with just saying that when I look back on it, my membership in a trade union has been really important, very important to me in a very direct way in my life as lesbian and feminist and basically just a woman in Ireland. Way back in 1972, I got married. I got married, right? And my professor at the time said to me, well, of course, you can't work. You can't work and be married. You're a woman. And I said, yeah, so I've got my degrees, I've got everything. Oh, he said, well, you can't do that. Have you never heard of the marriage bar? And since he was only 2 minutes in Ireland, fresh from some foreign country, I thought, how did he know about the marriage bar? But he did know about the marriage bar, and he said, you have to go part-time. So I actually stamped my foot and I said, I'm not going part-time. You can do whatever you like. You can bring down the law of the land on me. I'm just not doing that. And I didn't do it, and he didn't like me very much. He went on to never like me very much. And fortunately for me, about 6 months later, two very important things happened. There was a court case and the marriage bar was ended, and my marriage ended at the same time. So I was all set up for my professional life, but it taught me a huge lesson. There was I, cruising through the first girl in my very extended family to go to university, but nonetheless pushing my way through with all the confidence of my middle classness that I could do anything I liked in the world. And that actually was the first recognition and realization that I absolutely couldn't, that my gender was a major problem. And I've always said that women have far more gender than men. When we talk about gender, usually we mean women, because women carry the cost of a gendered world, and we carry it with us in every part of our working lives. And I know I've already kind of used up 5 minutes and I haven't got anywhere near the future, because what happened somewhere a little bit, not that long, I suppose, afterwards, was that I went on to have a child, and the father, I wasn't married to the father of my child because, of course, there wasn't any divorce in Ireland at that time. And I discovered when my daughter was about, a couple of years old, so this would have been the late 70s, that my pension, in the event of my untimely death, as it said in the piece of paper, in the event of my untimely death, my daughter would not benefit from my pension because she was a bastard, because she was illegitimate. And that in itself was a somewhat grey area, since I was still technically a married person, although married to someone who was not the father of my daughter. I say these things to point out to you how complicated life was for people, that we didn't even recognize that. So I can remember ringing the then registrar. Well, I think I went to see him and then rang him. The registrar of UCD was the man, Joe McHale was his name. He was a very tough ticket altogether. And I can remember him saying to me on the phone, but Albert, there's a very simple solution to this problem. Why don't you adopt your daughter? I said, what? I said, that child is homemade by me personally. Why on earth would I be having to adopt her, since she is unquestionably fruit of my womb? And of course, that really just put the kibosh on everything, because he said, well, there's nothing we can do for you. So I turned to my union and I said to my union, there's a problem here, because if I'm having a problem, how many other people are having a problem? And it turned out that right across right across the public service pension arrangements, so that how many hundreds of thousands, well, thousands and thousands and thousands of people, so all those of us in semi-state bodies, but all those of us in public service employment as well, were impacted by this. And in the heel of the hunt, UCD refused to be party to a case, but the Chester Beatty Library did, and that was changed, and all kinds of people were instated with pension rights. The third case happened a bit later on. It was really at the end of the 1990s when I was refused promotion to a senior, I think was senior lecturer, no, associate professorship actually. And UCD refused me that along with two other women. The two other women eventually didn't take a case and went on to be promoted. I was not promoted, so I did go to my union, which at that stage, of course, was SIP2. I went to SIP2 and I said, this is what's happened. And they said, oh, well, definitely we take an equality case. We took an equality case and I lost. I heard the news on the radio one morning when I was in bed listening to Morning Ireland, and 8:05 it said Alva Smith, UCD, has lost her equality case against UCD, and it really felt as if the bottom of my world had fallen out because it had taken 3 or 4 years for this case to come to be heard. And UCD was given a very strict rap over the knuckles about its promotional procedures and so on and so forth. But the upshot was that I wasn't promoted. And you know, I've never really understood, no case was ever strongly made by UCD as to why I should not be promoted. And, you know, there was the opportunity for me to appeal, but I didn't because I did have other things in my life that I needed to be doing, other campaigns, other issues, a family life, all of those other reasons that you don't do something. And part of me regrets that, but part of me doesn't. Because it gave me a lot to think about. And I think certainly it wasn't my gender. There it was the fact that I was lesbian and also the fact that I was an abortion campaigner. Both of those factors were hugely important in my being seen as not the kind of person who was appropriate for promotion in that institution. And that was at the end of the 90s, beginning of the 2000s. And a few years later, actually UCD suggested to me that since I was never going to get a chair, that I might be better off, you know, taking early retirement. So I went to my union again, my union to the rescue. When in doubt, ring your union. When in doubt, give them a good prod and a nudge and say, I need you on side. And they turn up, which is why I think we have to go out and preach and sell and pitch our trade unions and get young workers to understand, we were talking about it, Michael and myself earlier, to understand that your union is there to protect you, and the more you ask it, the more it is likely to actually accede and say, yes, we protect you. Which is why I so welcome the statement and the survey by Forsa this afternoon on leave for those people who have experienced domestic violence. It's absolutely vital. But I went to my union and my union said, totally, we are completely on side. And I said, well, what can we do? I mean, it looks as if I'm going to have to take this early retirement because I'm not going to go anywhere in this institution. It's blocked. And I was several years before retirement. And I looked at them and I said, are we thinking money here? And they said, sure, we're thinking money here. And my union proved itself to be very good at thinking about things like money and good conditions and so on and so forth, and got me a far better deal than I ever would have got on my own. So I tell you these stories in a very personal way, precisely because that is what being in a trade union is about. It is about you as a person, as an individual. It is about that complexity of yourself as a person. I was carrying a couple of burdens with me through my working life. my gender as a woman was certainly not a help. Definitely, we had to fight for everything that we got, and indeed much of what we fought for we didn't get. We had to fight, as you've heard from Kieran and from Tony, we've had to be fighting for every single thing as lesbians, as gay men, and as trans people. That is a huge fight. It is absolutely massive. And certainly I can tell you, in my life as a radical campaigner for abortion, it has been incredibly difficult. And I want to say that while, you know, the union, the trade union movement has been incredibly important and supportive to me, I also know, as I'm sure all of you do too, although Forsa may very well be the exception, I'm willing to believe it, that often we have had to push our trade union, or we've had to push our trade union movement as a whole to actually do better, to do more, to be braver. And that was certainly the case in relation to working on abortion from 1983 up until finally 2018. But just to say, and I did say I talk about the future, and perhaps I'm not really going to do that because that's probably enough. But I think that we do have to keep on fighting, because it is we, the members, the people in our trade unions, who say to our leadership, you're not doing enough. Actually, you're not composed in the right way. Where's your ethnic diversity? How many women exactly did you say you have in leadership positions? And so on and so forth. We're the ones who do the challenging. We're the ones who do, those unions are there. The leadership is there to serve us, the members. And I say that with all respect to the fine leaders who are here today, because you too have been members and you too know that that is the truth. And believe me, I really, really cannot stress enough how important it is that we put everything we have into pushing young people into trades unions. It's good for them, it's important for them. And we know that in the social and economic and environmental struggles that we have ahead, that we need an incredibly strong, powerful, numerous trade union movement. And let me just point out to you that, of course, women are now slightly more numerous in the trade union movement than men. So let's hear it for the women. Thank you.
Thanks, Alva. And when the words trailblazer are mentioned, few people come to mind, but definitely up there, it's always Alva Smith. So it was a great privilege to be able to share a panel with someone who I've looked up to over the years. I do see Kevin O'Driscoll there. Carl Hayden is going to speak next, but Kevin, I'm just giving you a forewarning that maybe when we come to the Q&A, you might give your perspective around the work that you did with Kieran Rose and the leadership from the industrial side around achieving progress from an LGBT campaigning perspective, if that's all right. So up next, we have Carl Hayden, and Carl has been a long-time LGBT activist with a long line of roles in various community groups and campaigns, including the 2015 Yes Equality referendum campaign for equal marriage. Since 2017, he has been working to develop a disregard scheme to expunge the convictions of men arrested, prosecuted and convicted under the laws which criminalised them until 1993. He first came on the gay scene in Dublin in 1984 at the age of 17, and you're giving away your age there, Carl, becoming active in the community on the issue of HIV and AIDS in late 1989. In addition to his LGBT work, he was a member of the East Timor Ireland Solidarity Campaign throughout the 1990s and went to the country in 1999 as a human rights observer for the independence referendum. He worked as head of online campaigns and website for the Labour Party between October 2017 and August 2021. Since then, he has worked with the Financial Services Union as digital, social media and website administrator. So thanks very much, Carl.
Forgot I did so many of those things. As I said, I'm the youngest in the panel, so in a sense, I came along after the time when all the work that we've heard talked about was being done. So I got to benefit from all the work of the people like Kieran and Tony, because I just forgot he was there because he's not on the screen anymore. A lot of what I was going to talk about has already been covered, so I'll abbreviate as I go along just so that I don't bore you hearing all the same stuff again. But there's just a couple of highlights in it that I thought would be worth mentioning. And something that Alva said, which I think is really true. In preparing for today, I spoke to a number of trade unionists who are from the LGBT community. And the spread of involvement from the trade union movement in terms of LGBT equality is quite vast. And I 100% agree with what Alva said. If we don't gather this information, the records of that work, it will be lost forever. And it's a rich history. And it would be great if, I don't know if ICTU, through Kevin, might be able to find funding to sponsor someone to put that together, kind of thing. But, you know, I'm sure he won't commit to anything today. But anyway, yeah, so sorry. Just before I go on, I also just want to say that coming from the FSU, you're all aware of what's happened recently with Twitter and Stripe. And then today, later on today, there are to be announcements coming from Meta, formerly Facebook. And a lot of the people who we would represent are in those organizations, and a number of them have lost their jobs as a result of the recent announcements. So hopefully today we're thinking of those workers who may be facing into those notices today. So just wanted to mention that at the beginning. The struggle continues. So if we kind of look at the situation, what I'm going to do is maybe just kind of go through some of the situations that was in the culture at the time for people, the environment that people were in. I came out in 83, late 83. I wasn't out to my family at that stage. I would have been scared to come out to my family because I didn't know how they would have reacted. As it turned out later, they reacted really positively. And they did that thing which a lot of gay people will tell you we hate to hear, and that is that after you tell them, they said, but sure, we kind of always knew. And you're kind of thinking, well, if you always knew, why didn't you say something? Because it would have made things a little bit easier. And there's always a way to bring up the issue in a sensitive way. So anyway, at the time, we were criminalised. Tony kind of mentioned that. We were criminalised under two pieces of legislation in particular. So there was the 1861 Act, and then that was the Offence Against the Person Act, and then there was the Criminal Law Amendment Act of 1885. And he gave you some of the numbers that were involved in terms of people who were convicted, who were prosecuted and convicted. And for those people getting the sentence, whether they got committed to prison or not, it was a sentence that would affect the rest of their lives usually, and often led to people having to leave either the towns where they were living in to move to bigger cities where they might feel a little bit safer, or to leave the country altogether. And as was mentioned, Kieran and myself are involved in a process of trying to find a solution to those historical convictions. We're hoping that by sometime middle of next year, the legislation will have come forward in order to make that happen. And the reason why I mention that is because we will need your support when that's happening. And so I'm saying it to you now in preparation. If you feel inclined to do so, the opportunity to make submissions as part of the public consultation is ongoing until the 9th of December. So we really suggest, even if you just want to write a single line to say that you support the idea of a disregard scheme. Okay. There was no protections for anybody who identified as LGBT in those days, and you could be sacked. There's a very good book. You'll notice I put up a few books at the front there on the table of just they're good reference books to go to, but there's one that's missing from it, which came out in 1986 called Out for Ourselves, and in it gives a number of stories of people's situations who were in employment and were being challenged by employers over their, in one particular case, lesbian identity, and basically being told, go quietly, take the money, leave. If you try and bring a case, it's only going to go against you. You have to find other employment after you finish here. You'll only rock the boat. Don't rock the boat. And that was the kind of situations that people had to deal with. So even if you felt that you wanted to fight the system, you had to be prepared to take on an awful lot if you did. The first Pride event that took place, because we're all familiar with Pride now, but it was a very rare thing then, but the first Pride event took place in 1980. It was a week-long event. There wasn't a parade. probably because it wasn't a safe environment to actually parade through the streets openly as being lesbian, gay, or bisexual. It obviously grew into what you all know it to be today. In 1981-82, the first reports of HIV/AIDS, or as it was just known as in those days, GRID, which is gay-related immune deficiency. So it was already identified as a condition that affected only gay men. We know today that that's not true, with over 40 million people having died as a result of HIV infection. But at the time, it was part of the fear that people had. The culture was full of it. So if you were in a workplace and you were already diagnosed with an AIDS diagnosis, because at the beginning there was no HIV diagnosis, they didn't discover the virus until 1985, 86. And so up until then you had an AIDS diagnosis, and that was a death sentence at that time. And I know from my own work, even up until the late 80s, when people would come into us having just had a HIV diagnosis, and they would ask us, what's the prognosis? We would have been saying to them that your life expectancy was 3 to 5 years at that time. Now that changed radically, and today somebody living with HIV lives with a chronic health condition, and you can expect to have a normal lifespan even after contracting HIV. So, this situation has changed a lot, but it did have a huge effect on people's ability to work and to find employment. If employers knew that somebody had HIV, they probably wouldn't get the job. Kieran already mentioned that there was 3 murders that took place in around the early 1980s. These had huge effects. I particularly identified 2 of them, and I apologise for leaving off the Cork murder. I should have included it, but the reason why I include these 2 is because they help illustrate the situation. So in 1982, when Charles Self was murdered, the Gardaí started an investigation, and it became a very brutal investigation in terms of its effect on the community. And to this day, we know that An Garda Síochána have over 1,500 records still that they hold on to, and we're hoping that the ICCL might be able to do something about that at some stage. We don't know exactly what can be done, but we're hoping that they can do something about it soon. Sorry. Kieran also mentioned, the next bit was just to give you an idea of the times that we were living in. Gay News, which was a pretty straightforward gay magazine at the time, was censored. The censorship board banned it from being published in Ireland because they said it was promoting an illegal activity, i.e. buggery. So because of that, they banned it. Eventually that got overturned, and luckily today we have a fantastic publication which Tony was involved in founding, which is Gay Community News. And then the last one I just had up there was the case for Declan Flynn, who was murdered in Fairview Park, and people may have seen the documentary that was screened on RTE recently. The shocking thing about that case was the culture of the judicial system around it, and that the 5 individuals who were not found guilty of murder because they were directed by the judge in the case not to make a judgment in terms of murder, but they found guilty on manslaughter, and those 5 individuals got suspended sentences. And the judge more or less said that they had done a service for society in killing Declan Flynn. And that was the society that we were in. This sparked a huge reaction by the community, and I know probably Tony will talk about that in more detail. Just in terms of the road to getting to having a motion at ICTU in 1982, it's just important just to mark a couple of things that happened. The first AGM, the National Gay Federation, took place. It was in 1981. And basically, one of the things that was at it was the, one of the things that preceded the work on it was, which I thought was really interesting, was they sent out a survey to 28 unions who would fell under the legislation that was relevant at the time, the Unfair Dismissals Act. 10 of them, of the 28, 10 of them returned some kind of, returned this questionnaire. Of that, only 6 of them had completed it. 5 of them had stated some principle in terms of support around an amendment to the Act. And if IFUT, sorry, was the only one to give an uncertain. They were uncertain about the question. Okay, so we've already heard about the process. I just thought that it would be good just to put up what is the quote from the speech that was made. Sorry, this is the motion that was put up by the delegates who were there at the conference at the time. Sorry, I'm kind of trying to abbreviate this as I go along in my head. What I might just do, actually, because I'm conscious of time, is I might just bring it a bit more up to date. I just want to put those images in because I think that when you think of the situation that people were in and they were going to the delegate conference of ICTU to try and lobby for people to support the motion, standing out in the public street like that, handing out the leaflets and being so easily identified by colleagues who may not have been aware of the fact that you were gay, I thought was an incredibly brave thing to be doing. And, sorry. Oh, yeah, sorry. If you don't mind, I'm just going to quote from this because I thought this was after eventually the motion was passed. And there's a lovely line in it. So one opposing delegate, Mr. Tom Henn, Limerick, described the motion as nauseating, but no more than 6 people in the conference hall at the hotel were against it. Another speaker described Mr. Henn's contribution as bigoted rubbish, and Union President Tom Brogue Cork said that the executive was strongly urging conference to adopt the motion. And of course they did, and it went on to be presented at Belfast in 1982. And the motion that was passed was Motion 106. Conference supports the decriminalisation of homosexual behaviour between consenting male adults and private, and as a consequence of such support, urges affiliated unions to resist any attempt to discriminate against their members in their employment. What followed after the 1980s, when we went into the 1990s, was first of all, obviously, that the criminal law which criminalised us as gay men was repealed, was taken away. And unusually, in a sense, the law that was brought in an equal age of consent, because in other jurisdictions where they had changed the law, they had often brought in an unequal age of consent. And we were lucky, probably because of the fact that we had a female Minister for Justice at the time, who just thought that if you're going to do the change, do it on an equal basis. And so we got the benefit of that. There was the Employment Equality Act then that came in, and one of the 9 grounds that were covered was sexual orientation. So that gave some protections to people. And then the last thing that came in as a very positive support for people in the 90s was the Equality Authority was established, and the first chief executive, who was Niall Crowley, was very determined that the authority would ensure protections for LGBT people whenever the cases came up. So obviously they had to work within the legislation, but they were very strong in terms of establishing that discrimination on the grounds of sexual orientation wasn't acceptable. Oh, sorry. Oh, I'm missing, so there should be some images on this page, sorry. What I wanted to do was to give you some practical examples of where unions could help. So in the mid-2000s, Glenn, who was already set up at that stage, was looking to try and develop educational resources for schools and supports for LGBT students in schools. And they worked with a number of the teaching unions who are very strong in terms of getting them access into the Department of Education so that they could begin the process of looking at ways in which we could make the situation better for young kids, young students in the school, and then also for teachers themselves. Because as you probably are or may not be aware, one of the sections, Section 37 of the Employment Equality Act, gave a derogation for religious ethos. So if you worked for an organisation, a school, a hospital, well, you can just imagine in Irish society how many services there were out there that were being run by religious institutions, and they got an opportunity under the legislation to discriminate in terms of employment for somebody. And if you were lesbian or gay, you could be discriminated against on that basis alone. And there was nothing you could do, even under the legislation as it stood. You couldn't, and so that obviously would affect a lot of teachers in particular, or nurses who identified as LGBT. Since then, the support and the visibility of LGBT people within the trade union movement has really grown. A lot of the unions now have LGBT sections in them. Congress is very good also at promoting awareness and stuff around Pride. I don't know if there's anybody in the room who's ever gone to a Pride parade when it's been on. Gary, I know, probably has been to one or two over the few years. But definitely, they are a great experience for people, and unions have been so strong in terms of coming forward and having a very visible presence at them. And I think the first time one of the unions marched under their own banner was, I think it was 1998 was the first time one of the unions had done it. So there is a long history of it. And then just obviously, Kieran had mentioned in 2015, there was the Yes Equality referendum, marriage referendum, and trade unions for yes, trade unionists, sorry, for yes, were a very strong aspect of that and had a real impact in terms of one of the people who was involved in it was Seamus Dooley. And Seamus tells the story that one of the great things that they were able to do was to contact local union reps in different towns around the country, so that when the Yes bus, the Yes Equality bus, was coming into a town, they'd be there to meet them and have a presence, so that there was a sense of occasion about the thing. And then apparently it got into a bit of a competition between the different unions around the country to see who could lay out the best spread for when the bus got into town. So anyway, I just want to leave with one last thing. So 40 years ago this year, there was a motion passed at a conference at Congress in Belfast. Last November, Congress was back in Belfast for the conference. And there was another motion that came up, which was passed by Congress. And I just wanted you to hear this, because I think it really just tells you how, while we've done a lot, there's still a lot to be done. And in particular, while a lot has happened for gay men and for lesbians and for bisexuals, the transgender community is under huge attack at the moment. And there's an awful lot of misinformation and disinformation that's being put out about the trans community. And we really need to show solidarity with them, because it's really a very hard time at the moment for them all to deal with. So I just thought I'll just finish on this, and hopefully this will play. Well, maybe you might need to activate it from over there.
As trade unions, we are rightly at the front of promoting rights for all, but we must never forget that progress is not permanent and rights can be reversed. We don't need to look as far as Texas to be reminded of what could happen. Closer to home, the rights of the transgender community are being trampled on by those who see the human rights of our brothers and sisters as just another front in the cultural war. The trade union movement must and will stand in solidarity with trans people everywhere and loudly say that trans rights are human rights. This pandemic has hit women hard, from job losses to spikes in domestic violence. There must be no return to business as usual. As Congress and affiliates, let us go from this conference with a renewed commitment to improving the diversity of our leadership structures at all levels, so that they reflect the full diversity of our memberships. Comrades, I urge you to support the motion.
Thank you, Joe.
Great, thanks very much, Carol, for that fascinating presentation. And there's definitely a very consistent and common thread which has come out in each of the talks, which is certainly the criminalisation and stigmatisation of sexuality And if we can now, Kevin O'Driscoll, I think this is where it leads fittingly into maybe a contribution from yourself, because while we've discussed from a societal impact perspective, the reality of that effect on members within the union. And you were integral during the period of time that was discussed, and Kieran certainly spoke to your involvement as a trade union official, as the National Secretary in the LGPSU, as to what was done to address the interests of members at the time. So you might give an oversight, if that's okay, Kevin.
Yes, I'll be very brief, because it's been a long and really interesting session this morning. And firstly, I want to say that I was one of a team of, I suppose, baby boomers, as we were known, in the 1970s and 1980s, who, in the case of some, in some quarters, infiltrated the trade union movement. I'm very glad we did. And just taking Alva's point about service, it was my duty and responsibility as a trade union official, a paid trade union official, to prosecute the motions that were passed at annual conference, because let's be honest about it, an awful lot of motions go through annual conferences and are reported on the following year as having been activated by writing a letter. I saw it, and in fact, I was fortunate to be a full-time official in the Local Government and Public Services Union at a really great time, where there were dozens of people, including Kevin, who was a real pain in the ass, I can tell you, as a young activist, and of course he still is. But I was chatting to my dad, who was an active trade unionist all of his life, my late dad, after I informed him that we had had this motion passed at annual conference. And he said to me, "You'll be pushing the rope now, lad." What he meant by that is, you know, it's a very simple matter to pull a rope, quite impossible practically to push it. And that's how it happened. That's what it was like. I remember having a conversation. There was a tripartite fund, and I regarded it as my duty and my responsibility, with the support of great people like Harold O'Sullivan, Phil Flynn, Alice Moore, and numerous others that the list is so long I don't intend to mention them. So I decided we had to do something, and I was fortunate because I was chairman of the ICTU Education and Training Programme. And I said, you know, just having a motion passed at annual conference hits all the headlines at the time, but nothing happens afterwards. And so we decided that we wanted to begin to activate the sentiments of the motion. And I went to Congress and I said, look, there is a tripartite agreement, funding available for training and development programs, and we want to run a training seminar. And that was met with some consternation. And the point was made that this activity was illegal. And what would happen if there were questions raised in relation to expenditure coming from the public purse, supporting this kind of activity. And I said, well, that's okay. I'll go back to the annual conference. I'll speak at the ICTU conference next year, and I'll explain that conference motions mean nothing. When it comes down to practical action, or as Phil Flynn used to put it, prosecuting your mandate, and he was pretty good at that, in all sorts of ways. So I had a conversation with somebody in Congress who had a role at the time, and I won't mention any names, who pointed out to me that he was a practicing Catholic, and that he had large number of children. And I said to him, and how would you feel if one of those children came to you and said, I'm gay and I'm being discriminated against and I can never get anywhere in life? How would you feel then? And that was the level of kind of engagement we had to have internally within the union movement, and let nobody be under any illusion. It was the likes of a very brave young man, Kieran Rose, and the many others who at that time were prepared to stand up and shed the cloak of anonymity and stand up for their rights. And it was my privilege to be able to serve the members of the union and the people who were being discriminated against. And I was fortunate enough subsequently in 1992 to work with Michael D. Higgins in the Fianna Fáil Labour government and also in the Rainbow, where we continued to prosecute the rights and the equality issues that were in deficit to such an extent. There's I'll finish on this, there's a sociologist, an American sociologist, Diane Vaughan, who wrote extensively about the failures in the crash of the Challenger. And one of the phrases she used had been adopted by people who are now opposing gay rights and trans rights and lesbian rights. She called it the normalization of deviance. But what she meant by it was that sometimes what happens is that people ignore malpractice, and then because they get away with it, the malpractice is incorporated into how people act. And that's exactly what she meant. Now, I want to take up something that Carol said, and we have something in common, Carol, in the sense that I was in West Timor working for the United Nations Development Programme when the Australians, I suppose we can't use the word invaded, but that's what happened, East Timor. So we have something in common. You mentioned that, in one of your comments that you were young and therefore you weren't around when all of this was won. And I just want to say it hasn't been won. It's a long, long way from being won, as are rights for women in Ireland. And if you want any evidence of the deep-seated prejudices that still exist among younger people, ironically and paradoxically, look at all the evidence of gay bashing and all of that kind of stuff that's going on. There's an undercurrent, because all of this stuff comes back again and again and again. So normalization of decency and the normalization of equality, we need to make that a fact rather than an aspiration. So the job is not done, it's not finished. And I would exert every pressure that I can exert on people that I know within the trade union movement to take up the cudgels and keep them in your hands, because it's never over. And this struggle is certainly not over.
Great, thanks, Kevin. And certainly a great call to action as well to continue organising around equality issues. Now, I'll take two questions by way of coming back to the panel, then maybe to put the questions to the panellists and also to sum up. So we only unfortunately have time for two. So the first hand I see is just down there, down the back, and then I'd take a second one.
Michael Crowe, National Executive and Civil Service Divisional Executive. I'd like to ask a question, but maybe make a comment first before I proceed to ask the question. I'd like to congratulate all the speakers, both individually and collectively, on their outlining of the achievements arrived at so far in the campaign, while acknowledging that the campaign is far from over. But you certainly shouldn't, in acknowledging that, we shouldn't ignore the fact of the achievements and the contribution that the trade union movement in general has made to it to date, which I think we need to celebrate such achievements. And in doing so, I want to just acknowledge there's two reps from my own branch here, Gary and Katrina, who do Trojan work at branch level, on the ground level, in their roles as diversity and equality. And it's an unsung role in many branches, as we all know, but I would hope that today would mark, it certainly has shown me the kind of achievements and the kind of progress that can be made when people collectively put their mind towards an objective. And in particular, I'd just like to mention Alva's contribution. I think that contribution should be used in recruitment events up and down the country for trade unionism. For someone to experience such discrimination, such hatred, I'd almost go as far as you outlined it, and still be able to speak positively and praisingly of the trade union's involvement in that working life is, and also pointing to the reality of the trade union movement needing a prod every now and again, and maybe a bit of a kicking as well, I would go as far as to say, to realise and to acknowledge when there is an injustice and be brave enough to do something about it. So thank you very much for that. I really thought that was a worthwhile part of this morning. And the question then, finally, is for us all to learn lessons maybe from your achievements, just the role that networking and forming alliances and coalitions along the way played. I'd be very grateful if the panel could maybe address that aspect of it from a learning point of view for us all. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Michael. And then the second question was just there behind Ashley.
I'm Roisin Cronin from the Dunleer at Down branch, and I suppose just very briefly to echo what I suspect everyone is feeling, that was just a fantastic morning. Listening to Tony and Carl just kind of outline, I suppose, that black oppression that Tony mentioned, and then Carl just really outlining, the reality of the 1980s in particular. And I'd say we could probably all have sat here for the day listening to that, but there's other business to attend to. And I suppose in terms of what Kieran mentioned, I suppose that's just what I wanted to refer to mainly. The ups and downs, I suppose, of trying to pursue things within the union, that it's not linear. And that, I suppose, then leads into what Alva was saying about that you do have to fight for it, and what the previous speaker said. Because I suppose, look, for me personally, my lowest point politically in the union was in 2018. We won't revisit that. But you fast forward, and that was over repeal. And the failure of Forsa to take a position in favour of it. But you fast forward then to 2022, when a very calm and grown-up debate took place at conference, where we voted just on the importance of protecting safe access zones. And I suppose that, to me, you dust yourself down and you keep on going, and that's an important lesson. But I do actually have just a question as well, and it refers to trans rights, I suppose. And Forsa, again, has been fantastic that we do, our conference has taken a position in terms of very clearly supporting trans rights. That's very important. I know that I was part of a Forsa delegation on the first Trans Pride March, I think, in 2017, maybe, I'm not sure. And the last time I was in this room, I think, was for a table quiz, and Roisin McCain, I don't know where she is, but she was involved in organising, and it was to fundraise for Tenny. So all those things are really important. But it's an area of huge concern where we're going in terms of trans rights. So if the panel could possibly just speak to that and what they think we can do, I suppose that I'd find that very useful.
Great, thanks Roisin. So by way of summation or closing or picking up on any of the points made by the previous speakers or as part of the conversation, I'll come to yourself, Tony, if that's okay, to respond first, and we'll just take then the speakers as they spoke, if that's okay. So over to yourself, Tony.
Yeah, well, I think I'm delighted with what Roisin's just said, her observations, because I feel if there's one great takeaway from today's conference is the overarching I've just lost my words here. Sorry. The overarching intersectionality that informs any conversation around equality and how that plays out not just in the workplace but across the entire civil sphere is really, really important. And I think it's very telling, as Alva mentioned, that there's also the National Women's Council and ITU are organising a parallel conference today on two of the most significant themes of our times around care policy and really improving gender equality. And I know when we look at things like, for example, the Irish Human Rights and Equality Commission has already acknowledged that there are many holes in some of the superior legislation that Ireland introduced in the late 90s that was referenced earlier on this morning. We need to sort of look at how we can improve them. And I think to this 62-year-old, equality legislation in Ireland still feels like a very young thing. And because of that, I feel we need to hold it close to our hearts. We need to hold it close. We need to cherish it. But we also need to be fearless in asking how we can improve on it. And also acknowledge our duty of care. Those of us who have a large voice, those of us who have a platform, those of us who are close to levers of change, we have a duty of care to people who are less fortunate than us. And that's what I mean about that overarching sense of intersectionality. We have a duty of care to people, to travellers, to the people we call the New Irish, to others, to trans people. Any conversations around gender equality, we really have to acknowledge the needs and aspirations and fears of our trans brothers and sisters. But we do have a duty of care, and I'd like to think that after today's meeting, we can take a sense of that away with us.
Great, thanks very much, Tony. So, Kieran, back over to yourself then, if you'd like to respond to the questions.
I suppose the one about networking and about building alliances between various groups. I think that's really critical, and that's how the LGBT community made progress in Ireland. Because I bore myself by saying it because I say it so often, but as a minority, you must build a majority to make progress. So, the classic one is in the referendum on marriage equality, whatever we are, 10% of the population. So we had to convince the other 90% that it was in their interests to vote for our equality and to get up off the sofa, at 7 o'clock after a hard day's work and go out and vote. And that was an amazing result of a decades-long campaign about saying that about building that sense of generosity amongst the Irish people. And the other one, I suppose, a lot of us who were involved, say, in Glen and generally in LGBT politics are on the left. And of course, we're trade unionists, and solidarity is at the heart of of the left and the trade union movement, and solidarity is how we made progress, and then we must return that solidarity. And so I think it was Carl or some other people said that how much under attack trans people are currently, and that is the area where that solidarity, I think, is urgently needed. That's it.
Brilliant. Thanks, Kieran. And Alva, then back to yourself.
Well, certainly on the issue of networking, I won't repeat everything because I agree entirely with Kieran, but the phrase that goes through my head on a regular basis is Níneart go Gurla Céile, that we are stronger together. And I think that we do actually know that, and it can be about overcoming competitive dimensions that we all have in our lives when the chips are down, and actually getting together. And I have to say that my own, experience over many years of campaigning has been that when you have really strong networking, really strong platforms and coalition building, it actually works. And, this goes right back, way, 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 way back when the LGBT movement and feminist movements came together, whether it was fighting for decriminalisation or whether it was fighting around abortion. I mean, and there was a lot of crossover, of course, between those movements, but at the same time, there were deliberate decisions taken that we as feminists support this, we as LGBT people support the other. But I'm also thinking about, the great example of solidarity that we had in recent years here in this country, coming broadly speaking from the trade union movement and the left, was of course the water charges. And this is an issue which, as you well know, the issue of water and ownership of water and so on has not gone away. It is a time when we certainly should be looking at building our strong coalitions there. And in the years to come, we have, as a trade union movement, to be tackling environmental issues. We absolutely have to be doing this. And I think we need to do that. That's one of the reasons why I say how important it is to build a really strong trade union movement in this country at the moment. Just very quickly going on to the trans issue, of course, I think that, it is really important for trade unions to be explicitly making strong statements in support of trans people, because trans people are workers just like everybody else, and they are under pressure. So it is sometimes about going out over and above the usual timing, and just when something happens, of having statements being made by trade unions to say, look, this is disgraceful, we strongly support trans people and trans workers. So I just think that's really important. As far as TENI is concerned, I would say to ask TENI now what they need, because I can tell you they are in need. And I am absolutely certain, 150%, that they would so welcome somebody from Forsa saying, look, we have an interest here, we have a stake in this. Our workers, many of our workers are trans. What can we do to help you? Tell us, and we're there.
Great, thanks, Alva. And then Carl, the final word to yourself.
The great thing about being last is that everybody said everything that needs to be said before you, so I don't have to spend too much time on it. But I would just say, and just on the points, so in terms of trans issues, be the advocate you would want others to be for you. So don't expect others to do all the advocacy work. There are opportunities every time you're out socializing where you hear somebody say something that's bigoted, that's ill-informed or whatever, to actually correct them, because one of the worst thing that's happening at the moment is the amount of misinformation and disinformation that there is being put out around trans issues, particularly young trans people. And it is shocking, the lies that are being told. And I'm just going to say one of the things that's said, just so that you're aware of it. It's claimed that young trans people are being given surgery, are being given surgery, and they're not being given surgery. The only young people who get any kind of gender-affirming surgery are those who are probably intersexed, and that would be the only type that's given. So please nail that. It's not true that young people are allowed at the age of 4 or 6 or whatever to go and have gender reassignment surgery. So please help nail that kind of information. In terms of the networking, none of us would be able to do any of the stuff that we do, achieve any of the achievements that we've done if we're not working with other people. If you don't bring people with you, one of the great successes of marriage equality was that it was civil society coming together and working together and achieving an outcome, and that was because everybody bought into it. And that's what networking is about. And if I could just finish on this one thing, and so kind of just in the sense of what was said earlier, that so I came along later after these guys had done an awful lot of the groundwork first, and I didn't. So I know it didn't come across that I was saying that it was all done, it was all finished. But what can happen to us is that when you get to a certain age, because you started out at a point where there was this huge mountain of things that needed to be dealt with and addressed, and we've been very successful in all the things that we've done. And it's down to the credit of people that I'm sitting beside here that those things have happened. And Tony, sorry, also there in Turkey. But what can happen to you is that because you've ticked off all this long list of things and there's only 3 or 4 items left on this long list that you start off with, you think, I can relax, the work is done. And actually that's when you most have to get your energy back up again, because it's those things that are still on the list that are probably the most difficult things to get done, and you need all the energy then to do it.
Great, thanks very much. And certainly for your succinct responses, you definitely weren't going to stand in anyone's way ahead of lunch. But I think the panel this morning has certainly shown what can be done when workers come together and organise within their trade unions, and the effectiveness of that. And we've touched on a wide range of different topics around equality legislation, decriminalisation of homosexuality, but also looking broadly at a more of a societal level and the influence of workers organising in their trade unions in order to be able to do that. So just to thank the fantastic speakers here on the stage and virtually, Tony, with yourself. It was a really fantastic morning, very exciting and exhilarating, and definitely great to leave it on a call for action around how to do more and how to progress that charge for social change. So thanks again to the speakers. We have lunch now ready to go, so I think it's quite a coordinated effort outside. So we'll go break for lunch, and then there'll be announcements over lunchtime just around reconvening them back for the next panel. So just thanks again to the speakers. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. We'll just start to move back and take our seats. I'm just going to formally open this afternoon's session by inviting our General Secretary, Kevin Callanan, to open up this afternoon's proceedings.
Well, thank you, Lisa, and thanks for your very effective chairing earlier on this morning. I'd also like to thank the organisers within the union, all of you as attendees, our panel speakers both this morning and later on this afternoon, and you, Minister, for taking the time out of what I know is a very busy schedule to be with us. As probably a lot of people in the room realise, there's another event, an IREC event happening just down the road the same day, and obviously that's unfortunate. But maybe it's not all a bad thing. The fact that there are two events on these themes happening, I think, is a good indication of interest and activity. It would be remiss as a leader of what is a largely public service union not to draw attention to the importance of the public sector duty, something that is enshrined in legislation and which confers, a duty to eliminate discrimination and to protect people, including workers and service users, from discrimination and to promote equality of opportunity. And we have done some work with IREC in that regard, and I'm looking forward to deepening that relationship with the Commissioner Sinead Givney and her staff. This is, for Forsa, is really our first equality event since COVID, so it's important that I recognise the really valuable work of our Equality Committee. And we saw at our successful conference last May just how important these issues are for delegates, where we had not just motions that were proposed, seconded and passed, but really, really engaged debates with a huge number of contributions on a range of issues. And it's our job to be the voice of our members. So we followed that up with in relation to menstrual issues and the menopause with a survey of our membership, which produced an extraordinary level of response, and where we have been trying to highlight just how important these issues are for our women members and how strongly they feel about the need for effective action on them. Today we are publicising, you've seen it there now, a further survey that has being conducted in relation to domestic violence. And again, within less than a week, I think, we had an extraordinary level of response to that survey, where over 1/3 of the respondents indicated that they had experienced domestic violence. I'm not going to read out all the figures, but we had a response of 3,312 members responded to the survey, and 957 or 87% of those respondents who had experienced it had experienced emotional abuse. Another 55% of those who confirmed that they had experienced it reported physical abuse. And it's, I think, a credit to not just our members and our union delegates at the conference, but to two people in particular that we have been able to take that work forward in the way that we have. And I just want to, I usually get an opportunity to do this, but to mention two of our staff, Mehak Dougal and Roisin McCain, who have driven forward these issues, and both standing against the wall there. So just, so we know that there is legislation coming, but we would like to think that public service employers in particular, but all employers, I suppose, wouldn't be waiting for legislation in order to take action in relation to this, to respond to this issue. So, Minister, I would urge you to have a discussion with your Cabinet colleagues and the Minister for Public Expenditure and Reform in particular, I suppose, to try and ensure that when we raise this issue in the normal bargaining forums, that we get not just a positive response, but a speedy response to put measures in place. We also know that the gender pay gap is on your radar. In fact, I had the pleasure of speaking on a platform with you within the last month in relation to the toolkit, and that will be an important issue for Forsa in our dealings with various employers. But I think it is also important, as General Secretary, to acknowledge that the Union too is on a journey in relation to these issues. In respect of gender, it's very obvious that we don't represent our membership in terms of gender at leadership level, whether on the paid staff or indeed the elected leadership. But let me assure you that we are taking steps, and since Forsa was created less than 5 years ago, we are making solid progress to rectify that situation. Last year we hired a Director of Human Resources, Rebecca Wolfe, and I also want to assure you that very much to the fore of her agenda, as she relayed to the Consultative Council in this room the other day, is more than just gender. It's the whole diversity issue in terms of our staff and composition. So we're very much on that journey too. I think people in the room who were present will agree that we had a really powerful morning with some absolutely incredible contributions from our guest speakers and our panelists. And as a couple of them referred to, I was going to mention this myself anyway, on the 9th of September 1982, not much more than a mile from here, a gay man, Declan Flynn, was murdered in Fairview Park. And that was one of a number of murders, but also, if you like, followed a spate of violence against gay men that was happening that summer. And around this time, as we heard, a number of people, but particularly a man who's with us, Kieran Rose, was raising the issue of gay rights in his local branch, the Cork branch of the LGPSU, bringing that motion to the LGPSU conference, and in turn it was brought by the union to the ICTU conference. And we heard also about how important it was that he had supporters within the union, and in particular, I'm also delighted that we have with us today, and he spoke this morning, a former colleague of mine, Kevin O'Driscoll, who played such an important supportive role in that regard. I'm also thinking of another member of the union, very active in Glen, Chris Robson, who was a big campaigner in relation to gay and lesbian rights. And more recently, Kieran Rose has been very keen that the story of the role of the trade union movement in the struggle for those rights is told and heard. And I think this morning was a good first step to try and begin that particular path. And I want to give you an assurance that I will certainly support any initiative that the Equality Committee bring to the NEC in order to ensure that we make that more widely available so that that story gets the maximum possible audience. Because as we heard this morning, it's so true that hope is so much an important part of how we actually build progress, that we show that there are grounds for hope in the challenges that we face. We also heard, and you would know this, Minister, given that you have the portfolio, there are still so many more important equality issues to be addressed. And certainly from Forsa's point of view, we won't accept any delay or procrastination in addressing those. But we are, I suppose, glad that the area of equality features now so prominently in a ministerial cabinet position, and that you have embarked on such a wide range of initiatives and work in relation to the whole area. And as I said at the outset, we're really, really glad that you accepted the invitation and you're here with us today. And I just, on behalf of the union and Forsa, extend a really, really warm welcome to you and invite you to take the podium.
Thanks, thanks very much, Kevin. And look, I am absolutely delighted to be here today with you to speak about these issues, but I think also to recognise the work that the trade union movement in general and Forsa in particular has done in terms of advancing the equality agenda in our country. And as Kevin referenced, I've had the opportunity this afternoon, to really immerse myself in the equality part of my department in terms of having spoken at the IREC conference earlier on similar themes about workplace equality, speaking with yourselves now, and later on joining Spun Out, the LGBTI plus NGO to recognise their 10th anniversary. And I think it is important that we recognise the very significant advances that have happened in Ireland, and even within my own lifetime in terms of equality issues, how far we've come. But I think it is also important to remember that despite the progress that we have made, sometimes today we see the idea of kind of inclusivity and equality challenged as a zero-sum game. And it's sometimes suggested that, you know, for example, if we strive for equality on state boards and equal pay for all employees, then that somehow men are going to lose out as a result of that. Or if we treat trans people with the dignity and respect that they deserve, this somehow diminishes or threatens the rights of others. Or indeed that by ensuring that persons with a disability are fully able to access employment opportunities, that we're creating maybe barriers for businesses or excessive expense for businesses. And we know these are straw men, they're nonsense, and it's really a misunderstanding of what equality truly means, because we know that our community is far richer the more that every person is allowed to contribute to it. We know our society is far more cohesive if no person is excluded, you know, due to an accident of their birth. And we know that our workplaces are far more innovative if no person is prevented from achieving their full potential. And it's this understanding of what can be achieved when we embrace diversity and when we seek to have everybody's rights fully respected that drives my work as Minister in the Equality portfolio. And we have made progress on equality, particularly in the last decade, but I'm very much focused as Minister on tackling the many forms of discrimination, exclusion and inequality that persist in Ireland today. And we need to tackle that, and we need to call them out. And I would like to maybe give you an example of some of the work that is ongoing across government right now. Last year I launched a review of our equality legislation in this country, including the Equal Status Act and the Employment Equality Acts. And these were really innovative pieces of legislation when they were introduced 20 years ago. But I think it is appropriate now, 20 years later, that we examine them and see that they continue to be fit for purpose and make any necessary changes that are needed. So the review will be examining both the functioning of the acts from the perspective of someone taking a claim under their mechanisms, along with accessibility and awareness of these particular pieces of legislation. And the Equality Acts play an important role in making sure workplaces stay free of discrimination. And I think that review will provide an opportunity to reflect on what's working with them, but also what isn't. And a few things in particular we've set out to examine. The review will examine the introduction of a new socioeconomic disadvantage status. And I think we all know that discrimination on the grounds of socioeconomic status does happen in our society today, and it's essential that we find a legal mechanism to change that and challenge that. And I look forward to championing that particular piece as this review goes on. The review will also examine the scope of the gender ground, so that someone who's discriminated against on the basis of their gender identity is able to avail of the legislation. In addition, the review is examining the use of non-disclosure agreements by employers in cases of sexual harassment or discrimination, and that's in line with issues that were raised in private members' legislation by Senator Lynn Rowan. And I think it's really important to me that our legislation is as robust as possible in combating discrimination and promoting equality in our society, including in the workplace, and I hope to bring forward this draft legislation next year. In the area of LGBTI plus equality, we're driving forward on the delivery of two key strategies, the National LGBTI plus Inclusion Strategy and the LGBTI Youth Strategy. And key policy elements set out in both of those strategies was the introduction of a ban on the practice of so-called conversion therapy in our country. And in order to achieve that, we commissioned research work by Trinity College School of Nursing, looking at the prevalence and the nature of conversion therapy in our country to ensure that the legislation will be designed to tackle it as it actually happens. So we've received the initial draft of this report just this week. But work is also ongoing in the Office of the Attorney General in terms of drafting the key legal principles that will base that piece of legislation. Kevin, you referred to the murder of Declan Flynn and the work that Kieran and others have done in the past in terms of tackling hate against members of the LGBTI plus community in our country. It's important that we remember this isn't a historical issue. It's an issue that's happening today in our streets, and in the last number of years there has been a really noticeable upswell in violence against members of the LGBTI plus community in terms of the online dialogue, particularly in the area of the rights of trans members of our community, but also obviously the brutal murders that took place in Sligo. And that's why, again, it's particularly important that Minister McEntee has now brought forward the hate crime legislation, bringing in offences, aggregated offences where someone commits an offence on a hate-based motive, protecting all of the 9 protected grounds. And I think that legislation, we probably won't get it passed before Christmas, but early in the new year, that legislation will be in the statute books. And I know Minister McEntee has been working with An Garda Síochána in terms of the training and upskilling that will be needed to successfully implement that legislation. But I think that's a really important step forward. You also mentioned in terms of gender equality, the work that went into passing the Gender Pay Gap Reporting Act, and that, as you know, mandates reporting for all reporting based on gender for all employers, initially of 250 employees or more, and subsequently moving down to 50 employees. And I believe this can be a major tool in removing barriers to the advancement of women in senior places in workplaces, and ensuring that gender balance is reflected throughout an organisation, and ensuring that the necessary policies are put in place by employers to achieve that. In terms of further supporting that balance between work life and family life, as you know, the Work-Life Balance Bill is before the Oireachtas at the moment. It will introduce leave for medical care purposes, which can be used by parents and carers when there's a need to provide care at short notice. The bill is also going to extend the availability of breastfeeding breaks. So right now, as you know, there is a theoretical availability of breastfeeding breaks, but only up to 6 months following birth. As you know, for any mother who takes her full maternity leave, she won't be able to benefit from that. So that 6-month period is now being extended to 2 years. And I think that's going to be a really significant change that this piece of legislation is bringing forward, and will benefit thousands of mothers in the years to come. And you probably might have seen, coming from the cabinet meeting today and discussed in the Dáil yesterday, we'll also be incorporating the new right to request remote working, which was in a standalone bill, but following engagement with social partners and the pre-legislative scrutiny process that was undertaken on the bill, that's going to be merged now with the work-life balance bill, and in particular the 13 reasons that employers could use to reject a request for remote working. That's going to be removed, and a much more simple code of practice is going to be introduced in order to guide an employer's decision as to whether to grant the right or not. I know you have, and I know you will be discussing the issue of domestic violence leave. And that's another key element that's contained in the work-life balance bill. And when passed, Ireland will become one of the first countries in Europe to introduce paid domestic violence leave. And that leave is again intended very much to recognise that victims of domestic violence are at a higher risk of experiencing poverty, and being able to allow them maintain their work and maintain paid work, while at the same time being able to avail of time off to access medical services, to engage with their legal counsel, to engage with support services, is so important, and particularly that leave can be taken without a need to provide proof. But that is only one part of our response in the area of domestic sexual and gender-based violence. We're also looking to support employers in terms of providing template policies that they can use, both in terms of how domestic violence leave will be taken, but more generally how they can respond to the needs of employees who've been the victims of domestic sexual and gender-based violence. So the leave is one part of the response, but putting in place policies and supporting employers to have the right policies is another part as well. We've built into an Act, the Act, a review mechanism. So 2 years after we introduce domestic violence leave, it will be reviewed in terms of, is it working effectively? Can we change it? Can we alter it? And I know, as I said, I know you will have a panel discussion on the issue later on. I know Deputy O'Reilly will be contributing to that. But the introduction of paid domestic violence leave is a key priority for government and for myself as a Green Party minister. But I think it's really important to recognise that we wouldn't be about to take this step if it wasn't for the work of the NGOs in the sector, but also for the work of the trade union movement over the last number of years in highlighting the importance of this issue. As you know, another key element of my department deals with migration. And as you know, Ireland and Europe has witnessed unprecedented migration in the last year. We have a war on the European continent, and we are facing an influx of people fleeing that war. And since February, we have provided, as a country, safety and security to those fleeing here. To date, 55,000 Ukrainians have come to our country, and of those, about 45,000 are being accommodated by the state. And that's at the same time that we've seen a very significant increase in the number of people fleeing to Ireland seeking international protection as well. And I know from my time in this role, I know the vast majority of Irish people are compassionate, and they want to see Ireland making a meaningful and a compassionate response to these crises. But we also know that Ireland does face a challenge when it comes to tackling racism. And this has been thrown into stark relief by some, and I think it is by a very small minority, but unfortunately it is there, some of the rhetoric that we've heard since the war in Ukraine has started. And I think it's really important to say that those who claim, our country is full, those people will never be on the right side of history. And I think it's important for the political establishment, the NGO establishment, and indeed across the trade union movement, that we stand strong against that sort of rhetoric. Very soon the government will be looking to bring a more comprehensive response to the issue of racism in our society through publishing the first National Action Plan against racism, and that'll be the first time we have a National Action Plan since 2008. It's been developed by an independent group, and my department will lead the implementation of the many objectives set out, which will be implemented across government. As you know, my department is also working to progress the white paper to end direct provision, while also acknowledging the very changed landscape that we're facing in terms of numbers of people arriving in Ireland seeking sanctuary since the white paper was launched in February of 2021. One of the most prevalent forms of racism that we do see in our society is that experienced by members of the Traveller and Roma community, and that is an institutionalised form of racism that has occurred in our state since the foundation of our state. And despite some strides having been taken in recent years, I know from my engagement with the groups representing the traveller community that there's a long way to go in terms of improved outcomes. So we're working at the moment in terms of a revised NITRIS, the National Traveller and Roma Inclusion Strategy, and making sure in particular that the outcomes set out in the new strategy are much more tangible and much more easily measured, because I think it's very easy for a government department to say we've passed X policy, but if X policy isn't delivering 10% more travellers in accommodation or 20% more traveller children finishing second level education, those policies aren't delivering meaningfully for the people that they're designed for. So that's a key point in terms of the revised NITRIS action plan. In terms of tackling disadvantages faced by persons with disability, again, our work is very much to reframe the response from government and from the state from being a health-focused approach, which it has been up to now, to a rights-based approach. And full implementation of the UN CRPD is my goal, and it's something that myself and my colleague, the Minister for State, Anne Rabbitte, remains entirely focused on. We continue to drive the implementation of the comprehensive employment strategy for persons with disabilities, and the strategic priorities of the CES is to build skills, capacity and independence, to provide bridges and supports into work, to make work pay, to promote job retention and re-entry to work, to provide coordinated and seamless supports, and also to engage employers. We're currently passing into law the Assisted Decision Making Act, and one element of that is to double the obligation on the civil and public service in terms of the number of persons with disabilities it employs. So right now it's 3%, and that this legislation is going to double that requirement to 6% over the next number of years. Now we're just about making the 3%, we're on I think 3.1% at the moment. So that's going to be a really challenging target for this government and indeed for the next government. But I think again in terms of recognising the huge benefits that participation in the workplace provides for persons with disabilities, I think it's absolutely incumbent that the state is leading the way. So I suppose in the time that I have today, I hope I've given you a sense of some of the key areas where the government are looking to advance equality agenda, and setting out the commitment of myself as Minister and indeed of the government over the next 2 years to deliver really essential pieces of legislation and the policies that will actually deliver for people. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today, and again to recognise the work that the trade union movement, but particularly Forsa, has done in terms of advancing the equality agenda. And I really look forward to working with parties again across the trade union movement, and particularly with yourselves, in order to further advance both the initiatives that I've discussed today, but also other initiatives in the equality sphere as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister, for taking the time to address us today. I know you have a very busy schedule. As you said, you have to attend Spun Out later on. So we wish you well with your next event, and thank you for sharing with us the insights of the progressive programme that you have going forward. So, and also thank you to our General Secretary for making the comments on behalf of our trade union members. So we're just going to move on now to the second panel. If you bear with us for a couple of minutes, and we'll just ask our... No questions for that.
How are you doing, Louise?
Okay, thanks everyone. And I know that we have the afternoon slump, but I know this subject matters to so many people. I just want to thank our 3 panellists who have given up their afternoon to engage with us on what is, I have to say, one of the biggest topics that I have found in all my years in working in Forsa as an activist and also as an employee. It was my true honour this May to propose a motion on behalf of our National Executive Committee. And in doing so, I think everybody could feel the emotion in the room. The fact is that we, the trade union, need to be the voice on behalf of those who cannot find their own voice. We, the trade union, need to support our colleagues on a day-to-day basis, but we need to know how to do that. And that's why we need employers to engage with us, to ensure that we have the right policies, the right training, and the right education, that we can support people. I have to say, as I stepped off the podium, and I'm a long time going to conference, I won't say how many years, as I'll be saying how old I am. But in all those years, as I walked down off that podium and I walked out through the hall, I don't know how many people I hugged, and they felt the strength to share their story with me. And as I walked away, I said, I can't leave this. We can't leave this. This can't just be a motion to a conference. This needs to be developed further. We need to show the members who were brave enough that day to speak that we are actually going to ensure that policies come into the workplace and that we are actually going to be their voice and that the 80,000 people that are part of this trade union will not be forgotten. Now, today we have launched our survey results and they have been handed around to everybody. They are stark reading, but I can tell you we will ensure that they are widely distributed. Our colleague Roisin has been on News Talk already, and we've interviews lined up all day tomorrow where we will be speaking on behalf of our members. But in addressing the need for workplace policies, I just want to speak to our 3 panellists. This isn't all about the Ashley Connolly show. This is actually about those who took the time to be here with us today, who all have absolutely been pure advocates on behalf of what I like to call domestic abuse survivors. So in doing so, I'm going to look at my agenda. So we have Hannah Waite from Women's Aid. Hannah's on the furthest there. And we have Louise O'Reilly, Deputy for Sinn Féin. And then we have Professor Kieran. Oh, you're going to have to help me?
O'Hogarty, it's easy.
O'Hogarty. Knew I was going to say it wrong, so I said go with an apology first. Who are all going to have about 10 to 15 minutes. And each person will have about 10 to 15 minutes. And following that, we will take questions from the floor. So in starting with Hannah, I will read your bio if that's okay with yourself. I know people get quite embarrassed when you do so, but I just want to give you your proper introduction. So Hannah steers up the Employment Engagement Programme and is a specialist service for employers with the aim of creating a supportive, understanding and safe workplace environment for victims, survivors of domestic violence and abuse. Hannah's worked in the training field since 2009 as an educator and a project manager. In recent years, she volunteered with the Women's Aid National Free Phone Helpline and guided the diversity, equity and inclusion work for the Dublin site of a global tech company. She currently studies MSc in Equality Studies in UCD. And what I do hope is after today that Hannah will find herself extremely busy as we start to see employers actually taking this seriously and working with Women's Aid and other organisations to develop policies. So Hannah, you have about 10 to 15 minutes if that's okay with you.
Great, thanks Ashley. And hello everyone, great to be here with you all today. So as Ashley said, my name's Hannah. I work at Women's Aid and I'm part of the Training and Development Department, which is the social change arm of Women's Aid. For anyone who's not so familiar with the work that we do at Women's Aid, we're a national feminist organisation and we work to prevent and address the impacts of domestic violence on women and their children. We do that through a number of different ways. We have these, as I said, the social change arm, so really about advocating, campaigning, the training piece as well, which is really strong with employers, which I'll speak to. And it's all that focus on really reducing the scale and the impact of domestic violence, which we know is really prevalent in our society and definitely underlined with the research, the survey that came out there today. We also offer direct services, really importantly. So we have our national free phone helpline. So we take thousands of calls from people every year. And we have our one-to-one services, so support services, court accompaniment. We offer legal clinics and other support services as well. And one service that's of particular interest today that we offer is the Employer Engagement Programme, which is the work that I do in the training department. And it's all focused on creating a safe and supportive environment for survivors of domestic abuse in the workplace. Really in recognition of the fact that domestic violence is a workplace issue. Actually, you were speaking to just how passionate your members were about this, and that's just the tip of the iceberg in speaking to how this is a workplace issue. So the Employer Engagement Programme, it launched officially last year in August 21, and yet there was a long lead up to it in Women's Aid. So the issue of domestic violence affecting employees in the workplace, it's something that we've heard through our frontline services for years. Women's Aid has been around since 1974, so we're nearly 50 years in, and it's an issue that we would hear really from employers and colleagues who would contact us looking for guidance and support. Maybe they've suspected something, maybe they've seen a few signs, they're not really sure, they're concerned, and they'd like to know how to support their colleague or their employee. And then we've also heard from people, from victims and survivors themselves in their own perspective. So often when they engage with our services, of course, they might be having to weigh up things like, okay, if I want to engage with this service, I'm going to need the time for that. How do I get the time for that? When is a safe time for me to access those services? And often during working hours might be that time. So we hear from the stories about trying to access those services, but also stories of women who are feeling forced to quit their jobs, to leave their work. We know that one of the tactics of abuse really is about targeting anything that will make a woman's world bigger. And work really offers that independence. It offers solidarity with other people, colleagues. There's support services there. There's a self-esteem that you get when you're in work and you're able to do a good job and contribute in that way. And so the unfortunate reality is that work can be targeted by perpetrators of domestic abuse. And that can lead to women being forced to leave their jobs, often as a direct result of the abuse. And sometimes it's also, it might be that perhaps her performance in work is being affected. As an example, if she's being kept up all night and she's not sleeping and she's exhausted and going into work, and then that's impacting productivity, making mistakes, there's a lot of shame and a lot of stigma that comes around that. And that can lead to a woman feeling that she would be better off out than in and leaving work that way. And I was really delighted to hear someone mention hope, because I'm a big believer in it. And on the hopeful side, we've also seen the positive impact that employers can really have when they engage with this issue and come from a place of understanding and compassion towards their employees. The results that you have in your survey, 1 in 3 people will experience domestic violence across their working lives. That's mirrored in the international evidence. That's what we see is the 1 in 3 number. I work in this every day. I say 1 in 3, and sometimes I forget to pause for a second. And 1 in 3 is huge. The chances are, the likelihood is that any colleague is going to have somebody across their working lives who they'll know who is experiencing domestic violence. And then in terms of really, this is the historical background that put us in Women's Aid in a position that we understood that work is a place that we can have that positive impact. So we launched the Employer Engagement Programme, and it was also really on the foot of aligning with our own strategic plan. We have a vision in Women's Aid for an equal Ireland where there is zero tolerance towards domestic violence and all forms of violence against women. This absolutely feeds into that, because that's a really big vision. We can't do that alone. And employers, work is such a big part of our lives. It really offers us that opportunity to create a broader understanding of the issue, offer those supports. And I see it all the time, it ripples out. People speak to, they might do a training and they go home and they'll talk to their wife or they'll talk to their kids about it. And that moves on and goes further, and that's how we build that understanding. Of course, we're here today. Trade unions have been pushing this for quite some time. So we've had trade union led and employer-led initiatives that really kind of lit that fire within Women's Aid as well. So we were, before the project existed, we saw trade unions were already working with employers to encourage these kinds of supports for employees. And in terms of employers themselves, really the reason I was brought on board is because we were getting so many contacts from employers who were looking for this support, particularly in line with the pandemic. Of course, it has to be mentioned. Work and home collided in a way that it's never done before. And you might think that with many people, not all obviously, but many people working more from home, it might be more hidden, but the reality is that it became more visible. As an example, if you have somebody perpetrating abuse by maybe limiting her access to the internet when he's not around. So that's one way that it might become visible. So we were hearing from more employers who wanted to do something because they saw the issue. And then I suppose finally, all of this galvanized us, but also, of course, the domestic violence leave coming in. That's a really supporting factor for the work that we do. Many employers who are contacting us now, they're aware that they're kind of getting ahead of the game in some way, and that's what we really want to encourage as well. So I've no idea how much time I'm going, so let me know. So the program itself, what is it? We take three strands, sort of an approach of three strands in the program. We have the training piece, then we also have the policy piece, and that's around policy development and integration. And then we have awareness raising measures as well. And we see those as working in tandem. It really needs to be a system of support rather than just one element. So the training piece, we've developed training that is geared towards a few different cohorts within an organization. The first being senior leaders. We recognize that leaders in an organization, they send a message to their employees and they tell their employees that this is okay. You can speak about this issue here. For a long time, domestic violence has been seen as a private issue. I'm really grateful that we're moving past that now, particularly in this space. And so really, they almost give permission to their employees sometimes just by attending the training, saying they've attended it, and sharing that awareness that they have. So they're one cohort that would take the training. And then anyone who's in a position really to facilitate and respond to disclosures of domestic abuse. So that could be typically your people managers, your HR managers, they're usually the obvious ones, but also with some larger organizations that we've worked with, they may have people across the organization in different levels who are passionate about the topic and would like to be a support. So they put together groups of ambassadors or champions, whatever they'd like to call them, about the issue in the workplace. And they're really suited for the training. Within the training, we really focus on building that awareness and then how to have a safe and effective response, because we always have to think about safety when it comes to domestic violence. The policy piece, we work on helping employers to develop their policies. So it all starts from a place of recognizing what do they already have in place, because often there's lots of supports they have and they just don't realize that those are suitable. And building those into their policies, and then identifying what they can put into place. And that comes into their policies as well. We support them with that, we help them with writing, we offer a framework for a policy, and we review policies as well. And then finally, the awareness raising piece. So I mentioned earlier that we try to create an environment. So it's all about, if you think of your survivor in the middle, it's all about building these supports around that survivor. And what we do know is that a woman is most likely to disclose that she's being subjected to abuse to someone that she trusts. That could be her manager, it could be a HR representative, but what it is most likely to be is a colleague, somebody who she speaks to every day, builds a relationship with. And so we need to support them too and make sure that they have this broader understanding of domestic abuse, that they have, we sort of give them back pocket responses, like here's something that you can say in the moment just to give that confidence. And then it's all about signposting to specialist services. And that's across the board. We never want anyone in the workplace thinking they need to be experts. We have a really strong network of specialist supports across the island. And so we link them in there as well. And so just to wrap it all up, all of this work that we're doing, you know, I said that one of the things that really pushed us to have this program is that we knew, we were hearing from survivors the impact that it was having on their work. And so I'm really pleased to say then now that with the work that we're doing, we're hearing the positive side of it as well. So in our direct services, women are getting the time to access the service because they've been able to speak to their employer who has an understanding and is giving them that time. We're hearing it on the free phone helpline as well, women calling in who are debating, you know, they're having that question, I think I can talk to someone in the workplace, I'm just not sure how to approach it. But the fact that they're thinking that they can, that's showing that it's working. So I'll stop there, but I'll be delighted to take questions throughout the panel about the work we do.
Thank you, Hannah, and I think everybody will find it very insightful of what you've shared with us. But I can say from a trade union perspective, we have found ourselves often, you know, where it takes a long time for somebody to disclose to us in terms of their own personal experience. And when they do, it is about us knowing how we can provide the support and the safety that, as you've mentioned, and the services like your own and other services, and direct them accordingly. And that is about the awareness in the workplaces. And that's something we need to strive towards ensuring across all the workplaces to which we have members. So thank you so much, Hannah, for your insightfulness. I'll move on now to Deputy O'Reilly. And Louise is Sinn Féin TD for Dublin, Fingal and Sinn Féin spokesperson on enterprise, trade and employment. She's a former trade union official with SIPTU and served for 10 years as a member of the Public Services Committee for the Irish Congress of Trade Union. Louise has a keen interest in workers' rights in the SME and micro business sector, and I think we all know that Louise was instrumental in drafting legislation going forward towards the Dáil. So Louise, I'll hand over to yourself if that's okay.
Thanks very much, and I want to say thank you not just for everyone who's here because this is important, but also thanks to Forsa for organising this. You're right, I was a trade union official, I was also a shop steward, and I'm really conscious that I'm in a room full of full-time union officials, union activists and shop stewards, and you are the leaders in your workplace. So when there's a problem, people look to you. When there's an issue, when someone has a concern, and I know this to be true because I've been in that position. I know what it's like when you're the shop steward or the official and someone approaches you and says, now, in the course of my remarks, I'm going to say women. It's not only women. We know that it is men and women, but we also know that it is mostly women. Okay, so we need to acknowledge that. So you'll forgive me if I don't always say men and women. We know it is an issue for all genders, but we also know that it is mostly women. And again, unfortunately, we are overrepresented in a category that nobody wants to be overrepresented in. But unfortunately, sisters, that's where we are. So what I will say to you is, as a shop steward, I know what it's like. People come to you and you want to be able to say something positive. Because when you're the shop steward, you're used to knowing, I have a form for that. Oh no, there's a course we can send you on. Actually, I had a case like this before and this is how we resolved it. Or, as you might do, no, this thing's intractable and it's heading off to the WRC or whatever. But you're the person that people come to when they have an issue. And when someone comes to you and says, there's a woman in my section, there's a woman in my office, there's a woman in my workplace, and I want to be able to help her. If you can't offer, not an easy solution, because there's no easy solutions, or a quick fix, because there's no quick fixes either, but you need to have the confidence to be able to say, there is a support there. I know where I can direct you. I'm not going to fix it, but I know where I can direct you. And the alternative is, and I've actually seen this happen, and it isn't to my credit, but I'll tell the story anyway. Many years ago when I was a shop steward, I worked with a woman who was in. She was in on a temporary contract. She was only in for a couple of weeks, and you knew there was something not right at home. The woman was, she was upset in work, and we didn't know how to help her. This is a workplace with mostly women in it. We didn't know how to help her. We were trying to encourage her to talk, but she opted out of the workplace, because when we were talking about what we were doing at the weekend, this woman, she had nothing to say. Her weekend was very different to mine. You know, I might be saying I went to the zoo, I went to see my ma, you know, it's the kind of stuff you get up to at the weekend. Her weekend was very different, so she stopped participating in that part of the conversation. Moving on from there, she missed a lot of work. End result of which is you run out of compassion, unfortunately, because you're covering for someone who is experiencing a lot of short-term absences, which you want to have compassion for, but when you're short-staffed, it's really tough. And that woman just did not come back to work. Now, work is really important for victims and survivors of domestic abuse, not just because it's what you do, but because it's who you are. It says something about you, about your ability, about your capacity, about the fact that you can get up, get out, get in there and be a worker, that you have your own money, that you have your own independence, and that you have something that sets you out and is separate. And that woman she didn't come back to our workplace. But later on, as an official, I had a bit more confidence. I felt more able to approach people, but still I couldn't say you have a legal entitlement to take time off, okay? And I am very proud, and I didn't come here to throw bouquets at myself because it's not me, but I am very proud that we will, in the coming weeks, pass legislation in the Dáil which will give victims and survivors a legal right to time off work, statutory leave. That was always what was needed. And what goes along with that, the same as with any new form of leave that comes out, is a really important conversation. And that takes place not just here, and here is important, not just in the Dáil, even less important, but in your workplace. That's where it needs to be, because domestic abuse is a workplace issue, because it interferes with a woman's capacity to be able to go to work and not just be in work, but be present and be active and be a participant in that work. And it is so important. And this, for the second time, we in Sinn Féin introduced legislation. The legislation I introduced was an amendment to, just a bit technical now for a second, was an amendment to the Organisation of Work and Time Act, because I believe, as a trade unionist, that that's where that leave should reside. It's not separate, shouldn't be different, should be with all other forms of leave. However, what the government have chosen to do is to make an amendment to their own legislation on work-life balance, which, you know, you could argue all day about which is the best way to do it. You won't convince me that my way isn't. But in saying that, as long as we're getting it, that's what's important. The difficulty I have with the government's legislation is that it only covers 5 days. 10 days is the norm. 10 days is what we deserve. 10 days, can I tell you, is what they're getting and negotiating in the private sector. And the public service, and rightly so, should always be proud of being able to at least match, if not beat, the terms and conditions that are on offer within the private sector. And the private sector are stealing a march. So I know that the Financial Services Union, and Mandy Lacomber in particular, are negotiating at the level of their own workplaces 10 days. And 10 days is now the norm. You can talk to people working in the sector and they will tell you 10 days is the norm. The government have opted for 5. They haven't advanced a reason why it's 5, except to say that nobody else is doing this, and aren't we great that we're doing it? And we are. But 10 days is the norm. So we will keep pushing the government. And what I will say to you is this, and Kieran will talk about this more. In NUIG, they introduced paid leave for victims and survivors of domestic abuse last year, and it was 10 days. And following on from that, the Minister for Higher Education wrote to all of the higher education institutions and said, you should do this as well. This is a really good idea, because it is a really good idea, and that's 10 days. So the job and look, I was in your shoes and I know exactly, you have a million jobs to do every morning when you wake up, including the job which is the job that actually pays you, like I get that. But the job for you to do now is to ensure that you standardise up to the level of at least 10. Now, I still have the scars from the standardisation of annual leave, and anyone who was around then knows what it's like. And we were told repeatedly, there will be no red circle arrangements, there will be no special cases, there will be standardisation, and that's how we'll do it. So for my part, I believe now the standard that has been set for the civil and public service is 10 days. That is the minimum, and that is what should be achieved. And that will have a knock-on effect on private sector workplaces as well. I genuinely believe that we can get to 10. I know the Minister has said that he's sticking on 5, and he hasn't advanced a single solitary reason. I don't know who was lobbying him for 5, but 10 is what is needed, because 10 says that we are prepared as a state to do right by people and to give them what they need. But I think it would be remiss not to acknowledge the progress that was made. And when I think back to myself as a 23-year-old shop steward, which is like only a couple of years ago, it's a long, long time ago. When I think back then, I didn't have anything positive that I could offer. I didn't have anything positive as a shop steward that I could say, other than to say, be there if you want to talk and all that. And that's important. But I didn't have anything that I could say practically. And in a few weeks' time, we'll be able to say, let's go down to HR. There's form, you can get this leave. You can access this leave. There will be a workplace policy. That's really important. And there will be a conversation about it, because the people who perpetrate abuse on victims and indeed survivors, those people are relying on the secrecy. They're relying on the shame. They're relying on the woman going into work and being too mortified to talk about something that is not her fault, and that she won't speak about it in the workplace. And I fully understand the emotion in the room after you pass that motion, because I've seen it myself. And it's not just coming from victims and survivors, it's coming from their colleagues as well. It's coming, in some instances, it's coming more from their colleagues, because they want to be able to help. That's what makes you a shop steward. That's what makes you a union official, is you are the person in the workplace that people come to. Not because you have all the answers, but because you'll make the effort to go and find out. And this gives you another answer to have, another support to have, something positive that you can offer to a person who is in the most acute distress. And, the important thing, I think, is that we make domestic abuse is a fact. The less we talk about it, the more of it there will be. The more we talk about it, the fewer places the perpetrators of this abuse will have to hide, and the more likelihood we have of eradicating it. And zero tolerance has to be our focus. Zero tolerance in our workplaces, zero tolerance in our communities. And it starts with small things. It starts with being the one in the room that calls out the sexist jokes. It starts by not laughing when somebody makes a joke. And I have done this, and everybody looks at you like, oh, the fun police have arrived now. But we have to do that. You have to be, excuse me now when I say it, you have to be a bit po-faced sometimes and say, actually, I won't tolerate that language. We won't tolerate that. And I guarantee you, when you do that, when you stand up, you will find that your colleagues will support you in large numbers, because most of us are very uncomfortable with sexist language. Most of us are very uncomfortable with dismissive attitudes to victims and survivors of domestic abuse. And most of us, the vast majority of us, do not want to work in a place where it is tolerated or where it is not stamped out when it raises its head. I think it is somewhat regrettable that we have had to push and drag and kick and scream and everything else to get this legislation, but it has worked. And the legislation is on its way, and it's not perfect, but we have a chance to get it right before it goes through. And I will be working, I can assure you, I will be working very, very hard to ensure that the legislation is not just fit for purpose, but also makes a real and meaningful difference and complies with what is rapidly becoming the norm within the civil and public service. So I don't have a huge amount more to add, other than to say that when this leave becomes law, and it will, be it 5 days or 10, and we're holding out for 10 and we're sticking for 10. If it's 5, you know what you have to do after that at the level of your own workplace, because 5 is the minimum. That's not the ceiling, That's the absolute floor. That's what the government says is the absolute basic minimum. I say the basic minimum is 10. We don't agree with them on that, but we do agree, and we all agree, that we absolutely need this legislation. We need this leave, but most importantly, we need to have the conversation in our workplace, because when we talk about domestic abuse, we take away another place for a perpetrator to hide. When we talk about domestic abuse, we give the women, it's not only women, but it's mostly women that we work with, the confidence to come into work and to know that they can have that, the independence that you get from having your own money, the self-esteem that you get from having a job and a career. And the hope is that where domestic abuse comes into a person's life, that it is a tiny part of their life, and that they don't find themselves in a situation whereby they've had to leave their workplace, or they've been frozen out of their workplace, or they've voluntarily opted out of their workplace. We need to make our workplaces inclusive for everyone, except for those people who are the perpetrators. And when we talk about it, we shine a light into all of the nooks and crannies and all of the little, the dark places where they hide. We shine a big light in there, and we do that on behalf of victims and survivors. And you can see from the report, and it's really good to have that hard evidence to back up what we all know is true. And you can see from the report and the survey here, it's a workplace issue. It is something that your members want you to take action on, demand that you take action on, expect that you take action on, but more importantly, will work with you to take action on. So I want to commend Forsa, not just for this conference, but for all of the work that they're doing to advance the equality agenda. And be under no illusions, and I heard the remarks of the Minister, and I understand he's not here to respond, but I'll say this. What's contained within the programme for government is a commitment to have a look at paid leave for victims and survivors of domestic abuse. What we managed to get them to was legislation, and what we will get them to is legislation that delivers the 10 days. Gurmila Mahagav.
Thank you, Louise. I think, colleagues, we can all resonate with Louise on her comments on the role of being a trade union activist. And you're right, 10 days has to be the minimum. But we also have to ensure that no employer walks away from the employment being a safe environment for survivors of domestic abuse. And that is about opening conversations, ensuring the training is in place, and ensuring that there is education within the workplace and that it is safe to have an open conversation. And with that, I'd like to introduce Kieran, who I'm not going to try and make the same mistake twice, from NUIG, who have been extremely progressive in introducing a workplace policy last year. And the one thing I want to note is NUIG did not wait on legislation. They did not wait on legislation. They have put in place some of the, what I will say, some of the standards that I hope the civil and public service will actually look to as we try to push towards the introduction of workplace policies. So, Kieran, I will read your bio if you can bear with me for a couple of minutes. But Kieran was appointed president of NUI Galway in January 2018. He was born in Dublin and was brought up in an Irish-speaking home in Galway. He is a first-class honours first in his class in BCom graduate in NUI Galway. He trained as a chartered accountant with Arthur Anderson and holds a PhD in accounting from the University of Leeds. Prior to his appointment at University of Galway, Kieran served as Principal and Dean of UCD College in Business, leading its schools in business and overseeing programmes in Hong Kong, Singapore and Sri Lanka. He has published widely on financial reporting and on accounting history in international peer review publications and in a former Fulbright Scholar at Northeastern University. In his first years in office, Kieran drove the development of a new strategy for University of Galway for the period of 2020 to 2025, in collaboration with staff, students, external stakeholders and university management. In 2020, he formally launched Shared Vision, Shaped by Values, which outlines the university's future direction and priorities guided by the four core values of respect, excellence, openness and sustainability. He's on the board member of the National Library of Ireland and a member of the Council of the Economic and Scholar Research Institute and the recently appointed chair of Universities of Ireland. Kieran, it's our pleasure to have you here today, and you have about 10 to 15 minutes. Thank you.
And I come with a sense of caution because not only is the bio too long, but me being here is because of other people who aren't here. And particularly, I'd mentioned two colleagues, Nata Duvry and Josephine Hines. And Nata led the policy at University of Galway, and Josephine is Director of HR, who then brought it through. And Nata, just as an aside, it'd be well worth reading through her evidence at the Oireachtas Committee, because it's evidence-led, and there's one stage in which somebody asks her, isn't 5 days the norm? And she says, no, actually, New Zealand and some of the US states have 10 days. So evidence-led and fact-based policy making, I think, is something we'd be keen on. So that's one reason I've cautioned. But I thought when I was, as president of the university, invited to speak to a trade union group, that I'd take up the invitation. First of all, because I don't know if it's the first time, but certainly to signal to you that the support for your work, and as university president, working with you, hopefully in leaving the workplace better than we found it. I think that's our responsibility as employers, as employees, as trade union representatives. So signalling by being here, being with you in the journey. And the other reason for caution is that we're not holding out University of Galway as in any sense having all the answers are perfect. We have a lot of work still to do, and that's something I'll talk about, but maybe at the end. So I want to do three sections. One is just give the context. So Ashley mentioned the strategy that we launched, so maybe giving that as the starting point. Then talking about the policy in itself and what I think are the main characteristics of it and where it came from. And then thirdly, the question that this session is asking is whether we should get ahead of legislation. And I'll talk a little bit about that, because we have, not only in this context, but in the gender pay gap as well, we've been reporting that for about 3 years now. And it's something we took as normal, and now we're ready to report it and a trend in it and so on. So we've been quite proactive, if you like, in taking things which are in the pipeline or which should be there, which legislation sometimes takes longer to bring through, and sometimes brings through imperfectly. And I'll talk a little bit about that at the end, how universities can play that role. So just to give the context, so as was mentioned, when I came to Galway first, it was I'm nearly there 5 years now, halfway through my term, and it feels like COVID and a cyber attack, a foiled cyber attack, got in the way of lots of what we wanted to do. But you might remember when that time, early 2018, Galway was not in a good place for equality. We had lots of issues that needed to be fixed. And one of the things I'm most proud of, and will be till the time I leave Galway, is that we at least fixed the issues that were there at the time. Equality issues in particular. We were at risk at that time of not getting a Tina Swan, which is one of the recognitions for universities in equality. We didn't have it. Now we're a majority of our schools, 9 of 16 of the schools in the university have it. We're the only engineering school with a silver Athena Swan, and one of 2 schools on the island of Ireland with a silver Athena Swan. So we've made good progress since, and a lot of that is just down to the mood that I found at the time. Because when I came in, I sent a video out on the first day. I did 2 things. I went to the Students' Union and met in his office the SU president, and then sent a video to all staff. And in the video, I had said lots of things, but I mentioned one word, which was kindness. And what came back to me, what people heard in that particular video that I sent out, or that those kind of welcoming words I sent out, was simply, I could have said anything else, but the word kindness was one which stood out. And that's something I'm hoping that as an organisation we can do better in. And the policy we have, in a sense, is a manifestation of that, and I'll come back to that in later on. We said we develop a strategy, and the best text I always saw on strategy was by Simon Sinek. Start with why. So why are we here as an organisation? Why are we here as a university? And we started there, and that speaks to values. So that's much more profound, much deeper than saying we're going to build a building, or we're going to have so many students, or we're going to have an international program. The way we be as an organisation is much more profound and captured a mood, I think, that was there in the university, that was ready to be encouraged. And we invited then a lot of consultation in it, both internally and externally, but invited an external group to join. And Patricia King was one of those I invited to join from Congress. And when we started talking about values, I always remember, and I always quote what she said, if you only have one word above your archway coming in, and that word is respect, that's the beginning and end of everything. And so we honed down, we fine-tuned the values to 4 values, respect being the first, openness being the second, and openness means openness to critique, to other opinions, to other views of the world, to a much different group of people coming in that we might expect, openness to working with others like yourselves. So openness is quite an important one as well, and we see ourselves as a university with no gates, and we do a lot of work to make that better. Excellence was a third, and one of the things I found really interesting about excellence is people said, oh, excellence and respect, you can't have those together. Excellence is a hard word. That's high quality, and that demands, it's a hard word and a kind of a difficult word. But in my view, respect and excellence go hand in hand, because if you respect somebody else, you do your best work for them. And I think, therefore, that the excellence and respect is actually 2 sides of the same coin. And that I encourage everybody to do their best work for each other every day. And that's the height of respect. And so they're not in any way contradictory. And then the 4th value we had was sustainability, which students particularly demanded, as one might understand. But we also took that to sustainability, not only of the environment, but of the university itself, but of communities we work with and of the people that work in the organisation. And again, that speaks to the policies that came out of that. So the context that was set, I think, is important, because to me, that value-based approach was very different than what you might expect normally of a university that would talk about, we'll build a building, we'll have so many students, and we'll do international programs such as this. And the second thing it did was it captured a mood, and it gave people liberty. So my view of my role as president is that I facilitate others to do good work. And the policy that we have on domestic violence came out of that. And that kind of a strategic approach. The other thing we said very clearly in our straight up in our strategy, first line, is we are here for the public good. And again, that's something you'd imagine universities, you take that for granted. That's not always the case. Universities sometimes do things which are not for the public good, or sometimes are for ourselves, are seen as being for ourselves. But being for the public good means we do things not only for our own organisation to make better, but also for others. And one of the things we've been very conscious of is that we are about 1/4 of the population of Galway, 20,000 students, 2,500 staff. Galway is about 80 to 100,000. So we have a profound impact on Galway and on the region itself. So policies we have, procurement we do, any practices we have an impact on Galway more generally. So we have that role to play as well, which that public good is particularly important for. That's the context. Second piece then, one of the things I said I was proud of was fixing some of the equality issues we had when I came in. Second thing was, suddenly out of that emerged the idea that we would have, we would disclose the gender pay gap early, so 2 or 3 years ago we started that. But out of that came also the domestic violence policy and the leave for domestic violence, which NATA developed and led out on. And part of it for me was simply giving the liberty to do that, and giving the trust that we had an expert in the organisation who could develop this policy and run with it. 3 key features to it was 10 days was mentioned. So 10 days we took, and NATA took, based on our own research, as the norm. So even though others might say, and it's easy to pick, what happens sometimes, policymakers, you pick data from one area and you say 5 days. But then you see, if you broaden it out, and when you see more broadly, you see 10 days is actually a norm in other areas, not just in the one that was picked for 5. So NATA knew that 10 days, and some where there is this policy elsewhere, 10 days is also part of that policy in some jurisdictions, and argued for that. Second piece was that there was no need to provide proof, or no need to provide a certificate or anything like that. Because clearly that's the sensitivity of the issue would be such that would negate the whole purpose of it. And 2 parts of that to me was really important. One is the trust, that you trusted other people. First of all, it'd be really bad karma. But secondly, if there are 9 people who try it on and 1 we help, that's a success for that one person who needs that help, who will do it on the basis of not providing that proof that you might otherwise like to have. That's a success, and I think that for me is really important. The second piece, and I think COVID to me illustrated this very, very strongly for any organisation, is in whatever it was, mid-February 2020, I stood in the drawing room of the Quad, in the Quadrangle in Galway, and we said to people, please take a week to get your work together again, and we'll come back in a week's time online to finish the semester. We had 3 weeks left of the semester. And you could imagine the risk that people, the idea that people would go to the Four Winds and never come back. What happened was, we finished that semester, we finished another semester and another semester, another with the cyber attack and another, without people being scrutinised, or this kind of panoptic view that you have to look over people's shoulder all the time. And in any knowledge organisation, if you let people have the liberty to find the best way to do their own work, they will do their best work. And I think very much the philosophy of the policy we have is that you trust people, and trust is repaid in spades. And so not only is it the right thing to do because it allows people who need that support to find it, but secondly, it creates, I think, in an organisation, I hope in an organisation, an atmosphere that we're a community of people who work together and who trust each other to do our best work. Nobody gets up in the morning to do a bad job. And I think that's an important part of the philosophy as well. And then the third piece was working not through your line manager, but through HR, because part of that was, first of all, the kind of keeping the confidentiality properly, but secondly, having all the supports around it. So it's not only about the leave, but also about other supports, counselling, advice, what other elements you might like to avail of, and having those also through HR, and having that sensitivity around that. So 3 aspects of the policy in particular I think were particularly important: was the 10 days, the no requirement for evidence, and the HR route. So it was the kind of availability of supports other than the leave itself, particularly important. So coming back to the third piece then, so the question, should we get ahead of legislation? In my view, yes. And Kevin mentioned earlier at the introduction that the public sector in particular has a role to play here, that we can get ahead and have policies in place. So it's not banned to have that you couldn't have the policy, so why not have it, even in the absence of legislation? But I'd also make a case for universities in having a role to play here, and maybe Galway in particular, because we would like to see ourselves as being on the edge, on the margins, pushing the envelope a little bit, being a little bit radical in what we do, that we can become good case studies, good pilot studies in an organisation to implement these kind of policies, because we're a community of people who work together, relatively contained, well defined. We have expertise in the organisation, really important, that for policy making, what's often missed is that universities have people down in the coalface, the lived life of both research and of the university itself, who know what they're talking about, who have good evidence like NATA and others in our case. So universities can be particularly good pilot studies for that, because sometimes, not always, but sometimes we know what we're talking about. And then thirdly, we can have that impact on policy making through dissemination. So our policy is available on our website. NATA has been at the Oireachtas Committee. I'm here. Universities can also be good ways to be advocates for policy making and for change, and very often are looked to for where is best practice. And we don't always get things right. We don't always have best practice, but I'd hope that we can be a place that would work with yourselves in pushing the boundaries a little bit. And so I'd say, in answer to the question, should we go beyond and get ahead of legislation? Yes, we should. And if there's any area that you think we're missing, or any area that as either activists or a trade union more generally, that you think we should develop a policy in, please do let us know, because we're ready to be a pilot to say, well, in this other area, whether it's gender pay gap or domestic violence or anything else, that we would be ready as an organisation to work with you to find ways to have other policies that might also then set up best practice. Whether they get into legislation or not afterwards sometimes is irrelevant. as long as they don't tell you you can't do it. Because legislation takes a long time, it's generally compromising, it finds a middle ground, and sometimes it's not the best way to get best practice. If you get best practice by pushing the boat out further, legislation then has to get out to the boat, if you like. So if we start with legislation, sometimes it'll be much more limiting than starting with a pilot like we have, or a policy like we developed, which goes further than legislation ever would dream of, and then legislation has to at least go more than halfway in order to catch up. So it can be actually not only, I'd say, yes, but yes, please, around getting out beyond and ahead of the legislation. And I'll just finish by then, again, the sense we were trying to start with in Galway, and again, the community in the university, but beyond it, through the strategy was that we would work together. And one of the iconic parts of Galway, those of you who know the campus, is the Archway. And we also have canals running through campus, and we have an old mill down at Nuns Island. So I recounted the story both at that video that I sent out that had the word kindness in it, but I recounted it since when we changed our name for NUI Galway to University of Galway. Again, getting that sense of simplicity and community around the Galway location. I recounted the story. I grew up in Galway, as was mentioned. Back in the 80s in the Arts Festival, there was an African-American a cappella group called Sweet Honey in the Rock, who played in Leisureland, of all places, not the best acoustics. But one of their songs is an old mining song, trade union song from the American South. And for Galway, it's particularly iconic because it talks about an archway and a mill. But what the song goes, many stones do form an arch, singly none, singly none. Many drops of water turn a mill, singly none, singly none. Together what we will can be accomplished still. And I think that's something we've tried in Galway to say as a university community, that together what we will can be accomplished still. We're not on our own, and particularly for a policy such as this, really important that many stones formed an arch to develop the policy, many drops of water turned that mill, and that together, hopefully with yourselves, one of the reasons I came was to say to you today that we'd also like to work with you, because together what we will can be accomplished still, and we hope that we've gone some way in that journey with you. So, Gurmeen Magav, thank you very much.
Thank you, Kieran, and I think you made some very valid points, and one of them being is giving over your trust to somebody else to lead out on this, and sometimes that's about employers, giving up a little bit of control and allowing these policies to be developed. But one of the things that really sticks with me is that you're right. Any policy that needs to be developed, it needs to be developed on trust, and we will not tolerate the need for proof. And that is something that this union will not be engaging with on any level with any employer. But also, I think, a key theme of today has been about together there is a sense of unity, and that is what we need. But we need to continue to develop that further. And these can't just be a seminar about a day. This is about our next actions. What do we do next? But that is, again, as I said, is enough from me. So we're going to take Q&As from the audiences. And either if you raise your hand, and I can see Gareth Roisin. That's Gareth.
My name is Gareth O'Brien. I'm branch vice chair of the Central Statistics Office Executive Grades. That is such a mouthful.
We need to find a shorter branch name.
Yeah. 1 year ago today, I just discovered about half an hour ago, I stood before a conference in Killarney and told them that I'm a survivor of domestic violence, emotional abuse, coercive control. I'm the father fighting in a discriminatory legal system which is blatantly sexist against fathers. I want to make clear that on that day, when I told the conference about my history, that by the end of that day, 4 other men came to me and said they're in the same boat. All of them. The first thing they said was, don't tell anyone, because of stigma. And I would like to thank Deputy O'Reilly for acknowledging men, because there's so little mentioned that I believe the statistics are not at all what we're told. I believe there's so many more men, but they're so ashamed. And I think the language we use just compounds this. Now, I know, sorry, Miss Waite, that you work for Women's Aid. But with the situation, looking from my point, I don't believe there should be women's aid. I believe there should be victims' aid. And I believe that, like, I can tell, I know I'm particularly sensitive to it, but I see all over ads for women's aids and bus stop, and I don't think that's a bad thing. But I'm yet to see an ad in public for men's aid. I know they probably exist somewhere, but they're few and far between. And I sat for a long time, and I'm glad you proved me wrong, Deputy O'Reilly, but I said that I bet we'll get through the whole of this without a mention of men. And I'm very glad that you did. But I really think we need to stop saying women, she, her, and men being the bastards in the situation. Because it's not all one way. And until we address that, and until we speak differently about it, we will not actually get the truth. Like, it's a thing of shame for women too, but in a way, because of our culture, it's a harder thing, I believe, for men to come out and tell you. Not to belittle any woman in the situation, but we need to stop saying, he bad, she victim. I won't even get into the details of me being, I'll tell you how bad it is. A week ago today, I had a judge in your constituency, I'm afraid, look down at me and ask me what I would know about minding a 2-year-old because I'm a man. And as long as we continue to speak in a way that fosters an inequality in how we consider people, that's going to be perpetuated. Okay? Now, my only question is, can we please try to change our language in how we deal with it? Thank you.
Okay, and thanks, Gareth, and thank you for your kind words. So I've two steps to the response, right? The first one, the legislation that I brought forward, and indeed that the minister is now working on, that covers victims. It doesn't cover men or women, or I mention gender. It covers victims, but it would be remiss of us to pretend that this was a 50-50 issue. It's not. And it would be equally wrong for us to pretend that it was a women-only issue, because it's not. And I acknowledge that. But we do need to look at the history. I mean, there's a reason why we talk about the need for the gender pay gap, and that is not because women are paid the same or more than men, right? That's a fact, okay? Now, that doesn't mean that there aren't men who deserve to be paid more for the work that they're doing. That happens, right? But there are particular issues around equality for which women have further to travel. I'll give you an example of this. I was promoted, when I worked in the union, I was promoted, and I won't say who, but the man, at the time, as it was, happened to be. And it's not always the case in the union either, and that's good. But I went up and he sat me down and he says, "Congratulations, Louise. Now you get to work twice as hard for half the recognition," right? And that was the attitude. And this is a progressive person, but that can be. So we have further to travel in terms of equality. So it's not a level playing field. And sometimes the language we use is intended to balance that up a little bit, but it's not intended in any way to be disrespectful or ignorant of the abuse that is suffered by all genders, okay? And that does have to be acknowledged. I will say also, I take no responsibility for what the judiciary say in my constituency or outside of it, but that is disrespectful, because in any situation and in any family, there are parents, right? So, and parents should split the responsibility. But the fact is that it is usually, 9 times out of 10, it is the woman who will bear that responsibility. So we know that women bear the majority, but not the totality of caring responsibilities within the home. So I suppose that the language that we use is reflective of the distance that women have to travel, but that's not to say that we are ignorant of the distance that men and as victims also have to travel as well. And you know, your point, Garrett, is well made, and we do need to mind our language and be as inclusive as we possibly can, and ensure that any person who is a victim or a survivor of domestic abuse is dealt with in a compassionate and a fair way. And that does mean moderating our language sometimes, but equally we use shorthands all the time to mean victims. So, and that's why I said at the start, I will probably say women, but I mean victims and survivors, and I try to use that language. I think we all do, but we do also have to recognise that we have a distance to travel as women in terms of equality as well, and sometimes that's reflected in the language that we use. But the legislation that I wrote in conjunction with the parliamentary legal advisors, that's inclusive legislation. It is for victims and survivors. It doesn't mention or discriminate in terms of gender. It shouldn't, and you know, it doesn't, and we wouldn't do that. Your point is really well made, but equally, there has to be an acknowledgement that we have, you know, maybe a bit further to travel as women in terms of that equality agenda.
Like, when you said that in general it is women who end up bearing the brunt of the responsibilities of bringing up the kids then as a result, that's exactly what I'm trying to counter against. And it's because, like, if we work on the generalization that women are going to take it, and if a judge sits up there on his...
Okay, no.
Yeah.
Sorry. No, your point is well made, Gareth. I understand what you're saying, but equally, you appreciate where I'm coming from, and so the intention was never to exclude, but we need to live in the real world as well and acknowledge where we're at. And I think your colleague's point is well made as well, because I know there's other people with their hands up as well.
We're perpetuating a system which furthers discrimination, and we should be operating from the basis of this is a couple, you have children, 50-50, work from there, not from a legal point where it's considered how much do you want to grant a father. The reason I came here today is to talk about equality. I'm sorry if I'm hoping to bring up questions in people's mind to make people aware of things so they will think of it. If it doesn't end in a question mark, I apologise.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Gareth. Helen?
Hi, I'm Helen Cousins. I'm an organiser for Forsa, but in a past life for 21 years, I worked in the Women's Refuge in Galway. And I suppose I'd just like to say that in all the years I worked there, one of the comments that I would always have received is, why does she stay? But nobody ever asked, why do they perpetrate these crimes? So again, it was put back on the woman. And I think, Louise, as you were so rightly saying, the conversations that have to happen in the workplace, we have to be able to turn around and combat that kind of, I suppose, lack of understanding. Thank you.
Thank you.
Margaret?
Yeah, hello, Margaret Coughlin. I'm the chair of the Women's Committee in Congress of Trade Unions, and I'm also a member of Forsa in the Health Division. I just want to say that, like you, Louise, I don't know where 5 days came out in relation to it. I have never heard of 5 days. We said 10 days from our committee, 10 days from Forsa, so I don't know where the 5 days came out. The only thing I can think of was we asked for 10 and we got 5. So the next time I'm going to ask for 20 and then I'll get 10. And so the other thing I would like to ask is, like, how does the robust policies in the workplace make a substantial difference, and what kind of evidence do you have to show this?
Yeah, so our policy in place about 6 months, I think, and we're consciously not tracking it because, you know, we want to kind of have the numbers. You know, it's something that we know that's there. Our sense is we haven't yet got a lot of people coming forward, so we need to. We've a review system, a review process that we go back in a year and see is there reason for that, because it may be that there are parts of the reporting that aren't fit for purpose. But I'd say two things. One is I think even having it hopefully makes people feel that this is a decent organisation, And secondly, if there's a need for it, which I've no doubt there is given the numbers, that we will have people who will avail of it, and that'll make a difference to their lives, not necessarily to the university. But it's only 6 months in place. We haven't got significant numbers coming through, but we haven't been tracking it either because we want to keep, to keep the confidentiality as it is. But I think even having it there is I know symbolism sometimes doesn't work or is empty, but even having it there is important because it means that people feel over time that they can raise it with colleagues or with HR, and I would hope that makes a difference too. Whether it's a small number or a large number, one person is enough, and I think but there's a lot more I think would avail of it. But I don't yet have the evidence that would answer the question entirely.
Hannah, would you like to comment?
Yeah, I'd love to. So there's just drawing from some research that was conducted by Vodafone. They were one of the first organisations within Ireland to introduce a domestic violence policy back in 2019, and they launched a global policy. And they've been able to do some research since. So there was some data that came out in 2021. And what they found was that of those who were subjected to domestic violence while they were working, and this is across genders as well, so this is on that inclusive note as well, of those who were subjected to domestic abuse, half of them found that having the policy in place gave them that support that they needed to keep working. So that's huge. That's just one of the figures that comes out, but there's a lot more in there as well. And just also just around the disclosure piece and what you're saying about coming forward. If you look at there's some prevalence data. Now it's from 2014, but it's the strongest data we have. And we know that within Ireland, and this is specific to women, 1 in 4 will be subjected to domestic abuse across their lifetime. But the disclosure rate, so women actually telling someone about this, is way down. So there's a real disparity there. So just by having the policy in place and creating that space, that's what we want to do, is create that bridge. And that's what we see is happening, is that we're having more people come forward. So it's not a statistic for you, but that's the anecdotal evidence we're seeing.
Thank you, Hannah. Yeah. Sorry, I don't know your name.
Yeah, hi, I'm Sinead Carolyn. I'm in Forsa in Dunleer Down County Council. Thanks to everybody. It's really heartening to hear, and I'm really glad it's becoming so prominent as a work-related issue. What are we going to do, and what can we do as Forsa? We have Women's Aid, and we have the University of Galway now, and obviously other companies who have policies and practices in place, who are doing stuff. We have the legislation coming, but before, will Forsa come up with a template that we can send out? We had our discussion here. We don't have any policy in Dunleer at Down. We would like one. There's enough information there at the moment that some form of benchmark guidelines could be even, like there is across the board for safeguarding everything. For the public sector and the private sector to use as they will, that wouldn't be something that would be very hard to do. So it's really about action. And I got a little bit antsy there a second ago, and just to apologise. And I appreciate, I work in social care. I've been the homeless welfare officer in Dunleer Down for 20 years. Work with male and female victims of domestic abuse. I'm a survivor of domestic abuse. But one of the things that really shocked me this year was the reporting that, let me get it right, that the greatest cause of murders in Ireland are of women in domestic abuse situations. Not gangland murders, not any other kind of murders, they're of women. So I think that's why we need to, definitely focus on it as an equality issue. So thank you.
I might,
yeah.
Thanks very much. I might come in briefly on that. Just so our policy is available, on our website. So, and I know you mentioned a template as well. So there are templates out there. What you can then do is say, look, Galway has 10 days and the sky didn't fall in. But I'd also recommend, going back to NATA, so NATA Duvry, Duvvurry, Oireachtas. Google that and you'll find her evidence at the Oireachtas Committee, where she gives very clear examples of where 10 days is the norm in some jurisdictions, what her research suggests. And again, that can be, it's good evidence that the committee had, and can decide to act on or not act on. And then, thirdly, if again any advocacy we can do, we're very open to. Louise mentioned that the minister wrote to the other universities. Some of them contacted us, some of them didn't. We don't know, where it all landed, but certainly we're keen to be advocates for the public sector more generally, not just for the university sector. So again, if there's anything we can do in this context or others, very happy to do that. But
and I let Louise in now, but just from a Forsa perspective, Sinead, and it is important that we update our members in what we are doing is, following conference this year, I can absolutely tell you that as the team of national secretaries have placed this on the agenda across all the forums. So it's been placed on the agenda in General Council for Civil Service, it's been placed on the NJC in the Health Service, it's been placed on the agenda in LGMA, and it's been placed in the agenda in Education. So we have placed this on for discussions with the employers, and we are using the examples that Kieran has stated, and we have actually put a couple of people in touch with Women's Aid to use the programme that they have available. So we are, but we haven't gone out to make big public statements about this because we want to be in a position to when we achieve it and when it is achieved. So you can absolutely take it from myself and my colleagues that this is an issue we are placing across all the industrial relations agenda, and we will ensure that we get to where we have a policy in place that is specific to the civil and public service, but also the semi-states. But we can't forget our private sector members either. So this is a big journey, but we are up for it and we will deliver, I have no doubt, because we have 80,000 people behind us, and the survey was only the start of us being able to show to employers that this is a workplace issue. So just to reassure you, Forsa is taking it quite seriously. Louise?
Thanks, Ashley. Yeah, I did want to just address that. There's a lot of information there, so you don't have to start from scratch. There's a lot of good work already being done, and if something is done right, like the wheel, nobody went back to reinvent it, right? Because it was roundy and it worked. If there's a wheel already in existence, you don't need to go back and invent one. Take the policies that are there. Then look at them with your colleagues, because not every policy is going to adapt to every single workplace situation. Some workplaces are massive, some are tiny, some have very sophisticated HR departments, some don't. So you need to adapt it to what will work for the people in your workplace. But to me, nearly as important as having the policy is having that conversation.
Yes.
Is just bringing it, not in casual conversation, not good morning, how's your domestic abuse, but like when you are in formal meetings with management as shop stewards, as leaders in your workplace, that you let them know it's not just an issue for you, and I noticed I was a shop steward, they looked at, here she's up in her happy horse about something now, but not just an issue for you, but an issue for 80,000 people as well, so that it is an important and one that you expect and demand action on. And also for employers, it's good to be, Kieran will know this, it is good to be ahead. It is good to be able to say, we did not have to be dragged to this kicking and screaming. We didn't have to wait for legislation. We are decent employers. There's nothing wrong with that. The era of decent employment isn't gone or over. We are decent employers. We want to do right by our workers, and we want to make this happen. So I think there's a huge amount of goodwill there as well.
And did you want to add?
Yeah, just really to add to what's been said here, we've at Women's Aid, we're always available. So if there's any employer who's looking for support around this, put them in touch with us, absolutely. We've developed a framework for a policy ourselves, which we use to give advice and guidance to employers too, so we'll always lean on that. But as was said here, there's a lot of good information out there already too. And I'm hopeful too, listening to the Minister speak earlier around providing templates and guidelines for employers, that those will come as well.
I would take one final question from Carmel.
Just very briefly, I just feel that given this is an equality setting here, the message is going to be very important that we bring out to the workplace that it is open to everybody in any domestic situation, that it's not just any particular kind of domestic situation, that anybody that feels that they're in threat in their own home and have to go to a workplace, regardless of who's perpetrating that level of threat to them, that the policy is there for them also.
absolutely.
Yeah. Very important.
Linda, yeah, absolutely.
I kind of couldn't not say anything, actually. I just want to commend, firstly, Kieran, for your policy. I wish I didn't have to say it was progressive, but in Ireland it's far and few between. So on behalf of myself and all the other victims of domestic violence here, thank you, because it will set a benchmark. I suppose in terms of the union, we are in a lucky situation, I suppose, that our union is so large. Just even at lunch, we were discussing the social welfare crowd just ahead of me. I can see my uncle's shoulder. Even in terms of the belief factor that we talk about, not being believed, and that is a huge fear that many of us would have had before we came forward. And I suppose if we as a union look even in terms of social welfare, educating our social welfare inspectors in terms of not asking that question, you believe them. There's no need for, the line of question that many of us have been subjected to. Sorry to anyone working in social welfare. But then in terms of, local government and council, etc., when we look at that housing issue as well, and we know housing is, a right for everybody, but unfortunately in terms of domestic violence refuges, we know they're non-existent in some counties, and we need to do better. But I think, yes, we need to use our union and our connections within the union to be able to push this forward. And unfortunately, I'll say that yes, we made the papers, we made the news in terms of some of our conference motions, especially domestic violence. And it's sad that it had to come to that this is news, but it's news that people should have been aware of, and they weren't. And what Kieran was saying during the pandemic, in Dublin alone, where we're sitting today, the violence rate and domestic violence rate throughout lockdown, Dublin alone, 110% increase. So we're doing this for the people, like Ashley says, who hasn't been able to come forward. We're doing it for the people that ring the rep phone and say, I'm sick, I need time off. We know they're not sick, we know they're being abused, and we need to change the mindset. And I think thanks to Ashley and all of the union for the work that we're doing, we're going to change that. And as Ashley said, absolutely appreciate we can't come out and say this is what we're doing, because we want to put the final nail in the coffin to be able to present it and say that we were successful. So just want to thank everybody for your work on this, and we will succeed, I do believe so.
Thanks, Linda. So with that, I'll bring this session of the conference to a close, and I'm going to call on Miss Betty Tyrrell-Carlard, the President of the Trades Council, to close the conference. Thank you so much, Hannah. Louise, I forgot your name for a second. And Kieran for spending the afternoon with us today.
And if anybody wants any, first of all, the policy, president@universityofgalway.ie, or if there's any other policies you'd like to pursue, and with Galway as a pilot, president@universityofgalway.ie. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Well, first of all, I must say congratulate everybody here, including the participants, the panellists. They were absolutely brilliant, and I learned a lot from this today. And it just makes me question that when I go back to my own department to find out exactly what policies they have and try and start an argument, start an argument there. Yeah, it's for me now just to close this, and I want to thank Ashley for the opportunity as the President of the Dublin Council of Trade Unions to close this very informative conference. In closing the conference, I would like to thank Ashley Connolly, Lisa Connell, the Chair, Roisin McCain and the team for organising this very important conference. To the President, Michael Smith, for his opening remarks, to the panels for their contribution, and Kevin Callanan, our own General Secretary, and to you, the participants, for attending. There's one person not here today, and I think we should give him a bit of credit, is Martin Walsh, our Senior Vice President of Forsa, for the work that he has put in to our Equality Committee in Forsa. And I couldn't let that go without saying that. But just on one, there's two remarks that I'd like to make. One is the profile of the people that's here today. We need to go back, and I have said this even in branches, we need to get a younger generation of people involved in something like this, because it doesn't affect just the people here. And I have noticed during the pandemic in my own department that the amount of, and I'm saying men because it is men in particular, that actually suffer from mental health issues. And in work, I feel like that I'm actually their mother, because they come to me with different things, and it's just so upsetting to have to deal with people like that. So there's a lot of people out there that we should be aware that there is people suffering out there. Now, the other thing I'd like to say, I suppose, it's for my length of time that I have spent actually in the civil service. My actually third job in the civil service, I worked in the Department of Labour on, which is now the Messville Hotel, and I started there in '74. And actually my third section that I worked there, it's ironic that, you know, it's an equality committee. Sylvia Meehan, and I don't think anybody here will remember Sylvia Meehan. I don't know whether Kevin even remembers Sylvia Meehan. But I worked with, Sylvia Meehan was the first person who brought forward the equality legislation in the Department of Labour, and then it went out on its own as an equality agency. And actually I was proud, I was a clerical assistant at the time, and I did a lot of the admin work in it, and it was just a throwback that I worked there, and I was proud to work there, and I was proud to be here today too. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody, and a safe journey home, and thank you for sharing today with us, and I look forward to seeing you all at further conferences, but as we progress this journey further. Thank you so much.